in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Okay, thanks very much, Linda. Good morning, councils and council members. I'd like to welcome everyone to the community meeting for the 16th of August, and thank everyone for your attendance. Infrastructure. Oh, infrastructure. Sorry, I've got the wrong agenda. Give me a second. Sorry, the infrastructure committee meeting for the 16th of August. Councillors, could I, any leave of absence or apology? I'm not sure Councillor Latcham, was he, we might just leave it open for the time being, and if he's late, we'll put that in. I haven't had any information on that. Okay. We'll leave that open at this stage, Linda, if that's okay. Confirmation of the minutes from the previous meeting, councillors. Could I seek a move that we have confirm the minutes from the 19th of July to be true and accurate record? Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'd like to acknowledgement of country. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians in the land in which we meet today, the Darumble people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra and Yetamarala people. Also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islanders peoples who live and work in Torres Strait, who live and work in Torres Strait, but who live and work in Aboriginal land. So we move on to confirmation of the previous minutes. We have that. So business outstanding nil, public forums deputations nil, officers report, officers 8.1. Declarations in matters on the agenda, councillors. I've jumped over that. I'm all over the place this morning. Councillor Smith have a conflict with 8.1, the delivery capital projects with the Mount Morgan Water Security. Councillors, if we go into depth on that one, then questions on that, we can ask Councillor Smith to leave the meeting. If not, you're welcome to stay, Councillor Smith. Councillors, just one on the agenda this morning. We had a wrap-up of the football Rockhampton yesterday, and there were some leftovers there, so we got some morning tea for a special treat this morning. So if we can refine the questions, we get an early mark on morning tea. So there's a kicker in that. There's a kicker in that. But anyway, just for your info, anyway, councillor. So thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, I just want to, item 8.3, there's a petition there, and a lady with the name of Emma Rutherford. I would just like to make it very clear there's no relationship there. Certainly not to my knowledge anyway. Yep.
That's okay, we'll take that on note, Councillor Rutherford, so thank you. So we'll move on to item 8.1, the Project Delivery Capital Projects Report for July 2022, and hand over to Andrew to walk us through that report. Thanks very much, Andrew.
Thanks, Mayor, councillors. I'd just like to present the July project delivery capital report and provide a verbal update on projects. The hail damage insurance claim. So work's now commenced on the waste transfer station over the landfill. So I understand the majority of the main roof is now complete, and they will continue working there in the next couple of weeks, doing the annexure structures around that, flashings. Kershaw Gardens, the majority of the work's now done over there. I think there is still a number of the shelters to be completed. And as soon as they finish with Kershaw, they'll go and complete the Victoria Park shade structures. Mount Morgan Water Pipeline. So AECOM have been engaged, as you're aware, and the survey and geotech work is now underway. They are expecting the detailed design to be completed by the end of September, and we have received yesterday their hydraulic modelling confirmation, and we will use that now in the next couple of weeks to go out and start procurement of the pipes, valves and fittings.
Just on that one, Andrew, we spoke with the Federal Treasurer last week. No, this is about just a funding, councillor, that we were looking for that federal election commitment from the seat of Flynn, and forwarded that through to the Treasurer for their deliberations in the upcoming October budget. Indications are that they will honour those election commitments, and we'll just wait and see where that one plays out, just for information, councillors.
Thank you. The Alliance Maintenance Facility out at the airport, so work is continuing well out there. The taxiway J has now been opened up, so they've completed the asphalt connection between Apron 7 and the taxiway, and they'll continue working through now up to the hangar. So the next 3 to 4 weeks, do the pavement sealing. The concrete apron in front of the hangar is now completed, and I understand work's now commencing on the hangar for the installation of the doors. Botanic Gardens and Zoo redevelopment. So package 2, the visitor hub. There is a report, the drawing's been presented today at the communities committee meeting. And we anticipate the next couple of weeks that we will get a package developed and out to tender, I think, on the 2nd, 3rd of September for that project. The playground, so work's continuing off-site on the fabrication of the playground. We have had to do a bit of layout adjustment in relation to how the playground sits on site. We've finalised the tree studies and worked with the native conservation people in relation to the heritage approvals. So we've had to manipulate the playground away from root zones of some of those valued trees. Enclosure refurb, so I think by the end of next week the existing macaque enclosure will have been upgraded, ready to receive the next exhibition. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant upgrade, so work's continuing on there. The slab for the dosing shed out the back has now been completed, and they'll commence erecting that structure. They have started work and continuing work on the demolition of the existing control room, and then we'll progress into the fit out of that. They've started work in the lime room with this installation of new stair structures. Gracemere and South Rockhampton STP strategy. So this covers a lot of different projects. The new caustic soda dosing system, that's under design at the moment for South Rockhampton. The new wet well sludge pump, so that's in relation to the Gracemere sewage treatment plant, so that proposed new wet well there. We've had the geotech done, and we're just waiting on a fee proposal to finalise the design on that project. The installation of penstocks at South Rockhampton, so we have issued a variation order to Haslam Constructions at North Rocky. So they will, they've had that for 2 weeks now, so they'll obviously procure, fabricate and come back to us with an installation process and procedure. That will then allow, I suppose, the shutdown of the ditches, so the diffusers can be assessed, and we can look at what we need to do to repair those, and also the condition and upgrade of the sludge digesters there. Upgrade of the sludge lagoons, so Gracemere's now been completed. We still have to dewater the actual ditch there. They've now set up and started over at North Rockhampton. They anticipate that'll probably be finished by end of next week. This is the dewatering, and then they'll commence on South Rockhampton. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, the solar farm. So we've now...
Just got a couple of questions there, Andrew. We go to Councillor Smith, then Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Smith?
Just with the installation of odour control system at Gracemere, designed to be commissioned, I thought we were well on the way with that, but I'm still getting complaints about the odour from Gracemere Heights residents. So that's still happening. So have you got an ETA on that, so I can let people know?
I suppose that's a leftover project. We now, since the strategy's been put in place, we'll be decommissioning Gracemere. So
yeah, but aren't they, just through the chair, aren't they supposed to be doing an ongoing odour control?
And ask Peter to respond to that one.
No,
Thanks.
because of the change of strategy, we're closing Gracemere, so we're not spending money on odour control systems for that whole plant.
Okay.
So that's why we are de-sludging.
So there might be another 12 months I've got to put up with that odour.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years. Council
Great.
could, but it would be a substantial investment in capital funds.
So we
That's
can't do
temporary.
anything in the meantime?
We are addressing it through increasing the performance of the plant. So we do hope that it will reduce by all the stuff we talked about in terms of making that plant operate better, which should reduce it but won't eliminate it. But it's particularly high at the moment because we've been disturbing, obviously, all that material, so it will come down.
And that'll probably happen with North as well.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland?
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just had a question here about the sludge liners. Because didn't they run out of sludge liners? They'll bring in some more in or something out at Gracemere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, that's what was said to us when we were out there the other day. The reason they were sitting there was because they were full and they needed more. That's what I was... Okay.
All I know is the contract's going according to schedule.
Okay.
it was the bladders that, but they've restocked on those now. So yeah. Glenmore Water Treatment Solar. So we've now taken delivery of all the tracking system, and we're just working through the next process, which will be finalising that design, getting it to Ergon, and then looking at how we procure under the current budget the reinstallation of all that solar system. Now Morgan Pool. So following the presentation to council, the designers have gone away. They're putting together now the concept package, which will be some 3D renders and a fly-through, so we can then take that to the up to the community. They'll also provide a revised QS estimate with that.
Councillor Kirkland, then Councillor Fisher, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, did we have a date for that community engagement yet? Has it been put into a calendar yet?
I don't believe so. It was
Truth
targeted.
There is no date set. They're waiting for me to advise when we can go.
Okay.
We're not ready to go up with the pool at the moment. So
Right.
all that work's being done, and when we're clear and we show council, then we'll go up.
Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't want to go up and give a wrong impression, something
No.
overcommit and under-deliver. So
Are we going to combine it with the pipeline as well? Two birds with one stone, or?
yeah, potentially. That's
If the timing
makes
works
sense.
out.
Yeah.
Just through the chair, we've got a report coming to council next week just on that confirmation of the alignment. So then that'll just give us the
Information to go back
information to
Chair.
take to council, to the community.
Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, I noticed the morning bulletin was actually running sketches in a newspaper article or an online article about the sort of completed. I was going to ask the question today because there would be some changes to what they had published.
They would be the sketches that we showed you last time.
Yeah.
They can use them, but whether that's the end result's another story.
Yep. And our resolution at that meeting clearly indicated that they weren't the final design. Thanks, Andrew.
Yes, North Rockhampton sewage treatment plant, so they've now moved on to, I suppose, the structures now, so around about 100 piles installed. They've cast all the footings and strip footings and erecting the formwork now for the walls around the inlet structure. And last week they cast the first section of the oxidisation ditch as floor, so they're moving well there. Riverbank boardwalk, so that project's just now winding up, so I anticipate by the end of next week that'll all be cleaned up, completed, ready for our River Festival. Rockhampton Airport security screening, obviously that project's now complete. The solar component, there's been a draft proposal design put together, ready for application with Ergon, but we obviously don't have the budget to implement that project in full. I understand the Royal Flying Doctors have installed their own solar panels, and the Capricorn Rescue Helicopter will go ahead too and install theirs. And the Rockhampton Airport parking, so the new parking system, it's due on to arrive in the country on the 5th of September, and then between the 5th and the 15th they anticipate that they will install that system.
Councillor Kirkland.
Just with going back a little, the Glenmore Water Treatment solar farm, can you elaborate a little bit more about what the plan is? It says here that, you know, the equipment's been delivered and on site and going to store that and everything. Can you just explain to the table what the thoughts are around that and how that's going to be delivered, that project, or if it's going to be?
It's a solar farm,
Yeah.
reduce electricity.
So the plan, as Andrew just said, is we have to get the design completed and approved by Ergon,
Yeah.
and then and that will determine the amount, and we will come back to council and update council on this is the size of the solar farm, this is the return, and seek endorsement to go forward.
Okay. So we just basically wipe everything that was before and start fresh with design, as far as design is concerned.
The design was never done through Ergon before, so they made application, but they didn't do it. So
That's
this is the
the-
first time through the Ergon process.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I think it's great to just talk about that at the table because not everybody's had that conversation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the monthly projects delivery report? Move Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Rutherford. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll move on to item 8.2, the tender consideration plan for North and South Rockhampton effluent reuse schemes. Thanks, Henry.
Thanks, Mayor, Councillors. So this report puts forward a tender consideration plan for the proposed effluent reuse from the North Rockhampton and South Rockhampton sewage treatment plants. So both these STPs currently discharge 100% of their effluent into the waterways of Fitzroy River, and the requirement of our environmental authority is to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus discharge into the waterways. And it's also anticipated that these EAs will become more stringent in the future in relation to water discharge and reduction of this. So to achieve this, it's proposed to introduce an effluent reuse scheme, and to commence the implementation of effluent reuse scheme is proposed under the tender consideration plan to engage with the two property owners that are adjacent to South Rockhampton sewage treatment plant and the RJC on the north side to receive recycled water. under a recycled water scheme arrangement. So this report outlines previous decisions made by Council, a procurement process that was previously undertaken, and recommendations in relation to implementing a sustainable recycled water scheme.
Councillor Kirkland is a portfolio spokesperson.
Mr Mayor, this is kind of retrospective, really, so I don't see any problems with it. Happy with it. Happy to move forward with it. It's an arrangement that was set up ages ago, and this is just formalising that. Yeah.
It's been many, many years. I remember Councillor John Broad taking me down there to show me the facilities down at the cricket grounds and the RJC about and so it has been one that's been on the books for quite some time. But again, getting that nutrient out of the system is beneficial, and also there's the flow-on effect that reuse onto our sporting facilities and gardens. It's a great outcome. Councillor Mathers and Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say congratulations and thanks to Peter and his team in regards to this. I understand it's been going for a long time, but at least we've been proactive and forward-thinking in regards to getting this organised now. So when the sewage treatment plants do come online, we're ready to go instead of building the plants and then scrambling to what are we going to do with the effluent. So I just want to say thanks very much for all that forward-thinking.
Councillor Wickerson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Probably just a bit of a technical question. I'm a little bit aware of what's at the Jockey Club as far as holding tanks and things, but with the two private properties, do they have a similar thing? So once the effluent gets there by our pipes, I'm imagining, do they have similar big holding tanks and then they irrigate from there or mix it with fresh water, something like that?
Through the Chair, so that would be part of the negotiations and written into the agreements, I suppose, what they need to do to maintain the LEA conditions. And in relation to how they're going to discharge it, store it. So we will provide basically water to their front door.
Yeah.
And then from there on, if they need to hold buffer tanks, pump and install pumps, that'll be all under, well, I suppose, what they have to do to commit to the capital to
But I guess probably a second part of that, do they have I suppose this is what we negotiate, do they have the capacity to take everything that we can generate, or will there be an overflow which then will still have to be discharged to the river, or is that still to be negotiated?
That's correct, yeah. I don't think there's a capacity there to fully discharge on land just yet. So, I mean, this is, I suppose, the start of the scheme. Same as North Rockhampton, and the RJC will only take a percentage of what's really required. We have had, where we're engaged, Blythe Tanner. We've done a report a few years ago, so they're now looking at the report again, and areas of discharge from Norwich Park, Cyril Connell Fields, RJC, Kershaw Gardens, Queen's Park, maybe Elizabeth Park, maybe up to the hockey. So they're just looking at a whole scheme where we can, in the future, meet the requirements of land discharge.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wickerson. And again, Peter, probably pass on thanks to when they're constructing the Gavial Creek Bridge to have that infrastructure connection there to allow that to occur. That vision and the foresight in that process while that construction was underway was well done. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Encouraging to hear what Andrew just said then, but I am a little confused and looking for some clarification, because it seems like sometimes we get information that the recycled effluent is okay for fields, and then other times it's not. So, I think the idea for gardens is fabulous, but I'm not sure about the conflicting information for sporting fields.
Yeah, Peter, would you be able to...
Look, it's not conflicting. There's different grades of water. It's C, B and A, and our plan for this plant is to take it to A, and it can be used on sporting fields. So that's the...
Okay.
So right now, it's a B grade.
Yep.
But planning
That
to
was
take
my
it.
understanding, yeah.
And it can be used for fodder and irrigation on turf, golf courses, the likes of that.
And Gracemere was at C, but now it's at F at the moment. But and that we then have controls that match. So for RJC, they will have to have detailed signage to the public to say that they and limit their times of when they're watering in wind, etc., until we get it from B.
So could B be used for Kershaw Gardens, for irrigation at Kershaw Gardens?
Potentially. What we are getting, the Jockey Club is testing that water, and the results of that water will give us an idea whether we could.
Yep, yep. So I believe there's a pipe already.
There's a pipe,
There?
because current, but it's used for raw water.
Raw water.
So it goes from the barrage
Yep.
back the other way.
the
So we are using that pipeline and reversing effectively and sending it from the plant to them.
Okay. All right. Well, it's exciting anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, it's been a discussion that's been going on for quite some time. But you know, if we could break the back of it and
Yeah.
start to use that water, it's be very beneficial to everybody. Yeah.
The key to these is that we're going to be entering into a long-term agreement, because as you just heard, there's capital investment required by those two property owners, so they need some security of that water supply.
Thanks very much, Peter. Okay, Councillor, no further questions. Could I seek a mover and a seconder to regards to that one? Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Smith. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Move on to item 8.3, response to petition regarding illegal fishing at Rockhampton Barrage South Precinct. So, Hayley, would you like to present that report to the table? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. So this report does relate to the petition received in November presented to council in relation to illegal fishing at the barrage. The key points in the petition were to stop illegal fishing at the barrage, reduce disturbance from the alarm system, stop litter and rubbish left by fishermen, and stop neighbourhood concerns of security, and for council to take action and enforce illegal fishing fines. So I guess first just want to clarify that we don't have authorisation to fine under the local law. That was removed in the local law review in 2019. So it does fall to the Fisheries Act and to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries to enforce the fishing within those closed waters, which is 400 metres upstream and downstream of the barrage. So there was a further meeting had with the petitioners as well, just to understand all of the concerns, and those have been outlined in the report here in that table, and then the actions that we've taken to attempt to alleviate some of those concerns. So in relation to the audible alarm, we've agreed now to not use that alarm between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m, and that's already in effect now with the plant operators. As mentioned, just on number one there, just with the illegal fishing, that does fall to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries to enforce, and it is a bit of a collaborative approach. So if the community observe this, they can call the hotline. If our operators observe this, they should call the hotline, and they will call the police, or the fisheries can come out and have a look. There was some uncertainty around whether the private properties were able to fence their properties, and so there was not a clear boundary between what was the property behind and what was people's actual backyards. So we've looked into that, and we can't see any reason why they can't do that. And so the person that was experiencing people coming onto their private property are currently constructing a fence. So that should hopefully really improve that experience they were having there. And there was also a track open along the back of that property right down to the barrage that was used for FRW to access and maintain. And they do want to keep that there, but they've put a locked gate there now as well, so that will just reduce the opportunity for people to drive down there. What else did we have? Yeah, they were the main actions. We did also write to the department, and they did actually only just respond in the last few days. And they've essentially said that they do undertake targeted surveillance of the area, and they do encourage council and the community to continue to use that hotline. The other thing that they did just outline, which is a limitation for them, is they find most of the fishes detected there are juveniles. So they're actually going to liaise with the police to work out what they can do for those repeat offenders under the Juvenile Act, to take action in that regard. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Shelley. Questions, councillors? Councillor Kirkland?
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just when you were speaking earlier about the local law was changed, so there was once the opportunity for the local law to give them a fine, but now that has been removed. Was that a local decision to remove that, or was that legislated that couldn't happen anymore?
No, it was a decision made between Fizz River Water, local laws, and the department also agreed with the approach. And I did just sort of do a bit of digging to work out what happened there. And it was just recommended that it be removed. The preference was that the fisheries regulation be the key legislative instrument, and possibly so it was clearer on who was responsible to take that action.
Right. I think Councillor Rutherford has elaborated that one of the challenges is fisheries can't get there to catch anybody to actually enforce that rule, whereas I would thought that local laws could have that opportunity to get there if that was a possibility, but it sounds like it might get messy again as to who's supposed to be doing what. Would that be your opinion, that it would not be recommended to go there and try and reinstate
Opinion.
that?
It shouldn't be the
No.
officer's call, that's Peter's.
Yeah.
That's a
We went
officer
down this
that.
path back then, and that was this whole confusion and power of the Act. So local laws could do it,
Yeah.
but there was far more power under the Fisheries Act.
Fisheries.
Yeah.
And there was this, I'll say, a bit of buck passing. So what you just said.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and we weren't doing very good enforcement ourselves at the time, I can tell you.
Right.
And I think under the local law, it was just about access within the vicinity of the barrage, whereas the fisheries is around fishing in closed waters.
Councillor Rutherford?
Mr Mayor, firstly, can I say that the residents here are very appreciative of how council have worked with them to this point. I'm not sure this necessarily addresses a lot of their issues at all. My first question would be, given that the barrage is critical infrastructure, could we not have a no trespass zone around the barrage? We do around our reservoirs, I believe. So could we not put a no trespass thing in zone around there?
I believe it essentially
It
is,
is.
It is a no
treated that
trespass
way.
zone right
We
now.
just have limitations on it can't just be fenced like you would fence around
Yeah.
the reservoir because it's tidal there. And so if you, I should have brought a map, sorry, but when you put the flooding overlay on and you're looking at that location where it would make sense to fence right down, it's full of water and it would be quite deep and high velocity in flood. So and we could fence right along the road, but there's an expense, it's probably an eyesore, and you always get to a point where they could go around it. We can't quite fully fence it like we might be able to other facilities.
Yeah.
Just to add, there was a lot of, they've looked a lot of times at fencing and there's no way to secure it. So it is a no trespass zone, but the fence, and the other thing that happens with the fence is the people that are doing this just cut through the fence and we move. So, and so it's going to be damaged straight away and then the first flood will all be gone again.
They're undertaking an illegal activity and
Yeah.
they're putting their lives at risk in a estuarine crocodile environment, which is very risky for their own health as well. So I don't know how much messaging we've done over the years to try and put that there, and I understand the residents' frustrations, and we're doing everything that we possibly can to reduce that impact. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm
Mr Mayor,
not sure that we've...
if it's a no trespass zone and we get their faces on camera, and we do, can we not prosecute under trespass rather than fisheries?
Yeah, I'm sure we could.
Because we
But-
get very, very clear footage, and we're relying on
We can take
fisheries,
that on
and
notice.
fisheries don't get there. That's the problem. And neither do the police. And in all fairness, when the policing priorities come down to
It's not on their list.
something, domestic violence or blah, blah, blah against someone illegal fishing, it is never a priority for them at all. So that those options that are being put forward, yes, are the right process, but they're not getting any outcome from that at all. And, you know, it's a huge, Mr Mayor, you just talked about the huge safety issue. It is a huge safety issue. And, you know, maybe we need to come down a little harder on these people that are
Peter,
breaking
we take
the-
that on notice, Councillor Rutherford, and look and investigate whether
We'll
that's...
get local laws to have a look at that. to see
So
if
the other thing I was also thinking, and the issue we have here is that the residents didn't initially want the area fenced parallel to the road. However, it got that bad that they've gone, well, yes, if that's our only answer. And they were actually, by previous manager, told that we would fence that area. So that's sort of what they were expecting, and now we've stepped back. My question, Peter, is I understand that we would, you know, a wire fence could be cut, but could we not do the fence like is around the zoo, and just either have it so the panels could be clipped out when the flood is coming, we get plenty of notice, or it's put on the hinges that just lay it down flat like we do on floodways with
all
those
things
things.
are possible. It just depends how much you want to spend and contain this problem. That's what. So we'll come back to those things.
Yep.
If the council wants to spend that kind of funding.
Yep, and I guess that's, I was going to try and add to this recommendation, Mr Mayor, that we call for report to look at the costings of a fence that does run down perpendicular to the road, probably similar to the one at the zoo, but that will either lay down or have panels that clip out. I do believe we should maybe, Mr Mayor, if you could, we either write to Barry O'Rourke or you go see him and explain the situation we're having here, and fisheries again, and maybe they contribute to the cost to this. You know, it's not just our issue here. We're trying to protect a fish ladder, and you know, they're not responding. So I think, you know, it's it's one of those situations where I think all players need to come to the table and contribute to the result, you know, so, or to the answer.
Well, to date, fisheries response is what we just received, which is they will enforce the Act as best they can with the resources they can.
And that's exactly my, you know, really the information I get is they don't have the resources. No. So then if they don't, we need to go up a level and say, well, you know, do we need to push for more resources? And is this is fencing it, contributing to fence it, an easier or a cheaper way of doing that?
Is the fence a problem though if it's going into the flood zone, and then is there always an option for them to go around the fence or damage it? Is that a wise investment though? We need to get those answers as well. So happy to go down that path and investigate it and see what options are still there with regards to that. Councillor, there's a words there with around that further option.
Yep, I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay, move Councillor Rutherford. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks very much for that report, Hayley. It's one that's been a problem for a long time, and I'm not sure we'll have the answer at the end of the day, but we'll work our best through that. Thank you. Okay, Councillor, moving on to item 8.4, response to petition regarding conditions at Hunt Road and Tea Tree Road, Aldercombe. Coordinator. Blue, first report to the council table. Welcome. We'll go lightly on you. I think that's normally the process. Then after that, it's open slather.
Thank you.
You're right. No, thanks very much, Blue, and please present the report.
Thank you. We've received back in February a petition to request the upgrading of Hunt Road and Tea Tree Road to a sealed standard. It's been assessed against the Rural Roads policy and found that it's down the list in priority terms. So at this stage, the recommendation is that we write back and say no to the sealing. to advise them that the part of the policy that talks about they can contribute towards a dust seal. However, that's capped out at generally 200 metres, and the area that they'd be looking for is longer than that, so it may not be necessarily applicable. So we'll write back and say, thanks for letting us know, but it's not happening now.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, Blue, I was looking at the table that's in there, and it comes up as page 33 of the whole agenda. I'm not sure what page it is of the actual report, but it's the colourful table, and it hasn't got a heading. I think it must be page 31 on yours. I just would really, I see that there's some scores that with the red there.
Yes.
There were some red scores there. Can you just explain why, even though it got red scorings, it was clearly for the entire length of the road that they wanted to be addressed? Can you just expand that a little bit? Because I was trying to understand it. Why even though it got red, it still didn't qualify?
Okay, through you, Mr Mayor. That initial section on Hunt Road tops at around 90 vehicles per day, which is right back at the highway end. Generally, the roads that get up into the red area that score above the 250 are roads that are over 100 to 150 vehicles per day. Right. So even the most heavily trafficked area of the road is still doesn't meet the threshold for sealing. It's on the list, but as you'll see, it's down about 3/4 of the way through before there's just a lot of roads in front of it on the priority listing. And each of those roads, by the time we work through the ones off the top, some of those will have increased their traffic volumes naturally, and we review this periodically based on the more updated data from our traffic counts. Okay. So not saying never, just saying that there are many roads in front of it right now, and that council's only got a limited amount of funds to contribute towards the upgrading. So it's just not their turn yet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, portfolio spokesperson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, this policy is good. It's probably something we, should have done years ago. We have responded a lot to petitions, etc., in the past, and some of the rural roads that we have sealed certainly don't meet the traffic volume, etc. But it's not just traffic volume; it's significance, the safety issues, etc. So I think in discussions, Peter, we decided whatever's in the budget now we do, but from now on, we look at our policy, and we've got roads there with significant volumes, and to have that much traffic on an unsealed road is not safe. So we need to go through that list and do them, and stick to that policy.
Yep.
So I'm quite happy with that, and I'm happy to move the motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, if I could support Councillor Smith's comments there as in the councillor for some, large rural area, it is really important that we're very consistent in our decision-making process, because the hardest thing in the world is to go to your community and go try and justify why one road was done when there are so many others that can't, particularly when they can pinpoint, bang, 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 roads that are more important. Yep. So it's not an easy thing to go and tell people that we can't put bitumen on their road. So the only thing that gives us any sense of confidence in delivering that message is that we have a really robust decision-making process behind it. So I very much support Councillor Smith in this, and as hard it is for those residents, we do have a good system behind our process, so yep. I'm happy to second.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. And I'd just remind Council to bear in mind that the federal assistance grant had money in there that's been removed, over $2 million that we were using in our road networks, and that's $2 million every year that we're not going to have in that space. So, a decision that was out of our hands that has impacted our rural and urban road networks. So, very disappointed in that, and that's something there that we need to bear in mind when we're talking to our ratepayers and residents as well. So we have a mover and we have a seconder. Councillors, no further lights on there. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. You've done well, Blue. We'll move on to Item 8.5, the rural roads, unconstructed roads.
That's me.
Peter, you've got that
Yeah,
one?
Yeah, I've got this.
Thank you.
Okay. This follows on from what's just been said about consistency. We have been sorting out various sections of roads that have been sealed and constructed. I'm not on sealed, I'm on constructed roads here. And you can see in the report that on the 18th of February, Council approved a whole swag, about 13 kilometres. It then did another batch on the 23rd of June. And what is proposed is in Table 1 is what we believe is the final set of sections and missing links to be consistent with what's occurred to date. So what we're doing is saying approve the taking over of the responsibility and adding them to the road register for those listed roads. And then from this point on, we will continue to follow the rural road policy for future decisions. But this regularises what we've done. Okay? Open for questions.
Councillor Rutherford.
Peter, I was just wondering whether, do we write to the property owners that this affects at all?
I don't know whether we have done previously, but I would suggest that we will be writing to those people.
Yes, because I think probably an important point is to let them know that we're taking them over. However, the roads are maintained according to classifications,
Yes.
so that it's very clear that yes, we're taking them over, but that doesn't mean they're going to be graded every 6
year.
months or every year. That it's according to the classification and the road usage, so that they know that right from the start what the expectations are. Yeah.
Absolutely. These are all quite low order, so their frequency will be very low.
Yeah, I support Councillor Rutherford though, making it clear when
Yeah,
we take that on that they're informed of that process. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Peter. Peter, I understand that, these are low-ordered roads and they won't have regular maintenance on them, but because we're taking them over, does that mean that we automatically go out there and bring them up to a certain standard that council would expect for a road, and then from there they go into some sort of maintenance schedule?
Yes. So we will take them up to a certain standard, a safe standard for that size of and traffic use, and it will be also inspected by council. Okay, so once it's on the road register, there's a revolving set of inspections on the whole network. Okay.
And that's good. I just didn't want all of a sudden there's a two-wheel track there that we're responsible for, and so all right, we do bring it up to standard. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, if I can just thank Peter and his team. I think this is, it is about fairness and consistency, and I think this finishes off a path we sort of started to go down a few years ago. I think we believe that we've got them all now, so it's good to see this finished, and we now have a consistent method right across the rural area.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Smith, the portfolio.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it's good to see those, it's only a small distance, like 170 metres in both places for the likes of Westwood, smaller towns just need that bit extra. And obviously they've been the result of requests, so yeah, great work. Thanks, Peter, for all those.
Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Peter, just in the report it says the frequency of road maintenance will need to be slightly adjusted across the entire network to cater for the additional road lengths. Can you just explain what that minor adjustment looks like and what the impact will be to the rest of the network?
I can't explain it. Okay, it's simple as, it's just really just saying there's a little bit more road, so it'll just spread out that amount of money and time and resource.
Yeah, I kind of envisaged that.
I can't quantify it to you. It's not a big add.
Right.
So
I suppose I was just wanting to be clear that it's not taking away too much from other areas. I know it says minor.
No,
but
it's not a
really
big
just wanted
change.
Yeah. So you just got to spread the dollar a little bit thinner,
Yep.
but it's not going to impact the delivery of consistent road maintenance across the network.
No.
It'll still be at a good standard.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all.
And some of that works when plant and equipment are out in a location that they're
Yeah.
assessed on that.
It's a very geographical approach.
Yeah.
It's long distances, so we move around. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. No further questions. Yeah, happy to move. Councillor Smith, seek a seconder. Councillor Rutherford. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Peter. And our last item, councillors, 8.6, FOGO trial, post-trial recommendations. We'll hand over to Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. So yeah, this report is around, so our FOGO trial, which we're all very aware of, ran for 12 months. It's ending on the 30th of September, which is fast approaching. So this report provides a bit of a summary around what the available options are post-trial with those participating households, taking into account their own preferences, potential costs, and how best we think we can sort of move to achieve our overall long-term strategic objectives. This doesn't take into account, this isn't a recommendation about what we're going to do long-term. This is just how we're going to deal with those participants from our trial. So as you're aware, and there was a report presented at the last Infrastructure Committee, we're still working on the very final business case to come back to council with. One of the sticking points that's sort of holding that up at the moment is we're still waiting to learn from the state government what funding we can expect in terms of rolling out such a service. For example, will they pay for bins, caddies, liners, the rollout costs, and that is certainly, my expectation, but we have been unable to date to get any clarity from them on what that will look like. So this report looks at sort of two options. One is just the complete discontinuation of any organic service within those participating residential areas, or two, the continuation of that service on an opt-in basis and at no cost to those residents who choose to opt in. So I guess the recommendation that we're putting forward has come from, or the information that we've taken into account in providing this is some response we received to a survey from June, a cash flow analysis to work out what the actual cost will look like if we continue that service, and a number of risks that we've taken into account. So in terms of the engagement, we received 144 responses. From those responses, 84% supported the continuation of the service, 16% didn't support the continuation of the service, and if you look at just the difference between those responses between the GO and the FOGO, there was a slightly higher percentage response for FOGO for not continuation of the service. The majority of the participants didn't wish to pay for the service, which probably no shocking surprise there. But the majority of the respondents were also happy for the service to be made compulsory. And there's a graph there in the table just presenting some of the information there. So option one is sort of the baseline. It's the discontinuation of the service completely, so we just need to pull those bins back, give them their larger red lidded bins back, continue back on the normal service frequency. Or option two would be to, as I've previously mentioned, would be to continue the service on an opt-in basis at no cost. The cost we've calculated to be $36,000 per annum, and I'm comfortable that I can cover that fairly minor cost within my current budget, and very strongly believe that the benefits in continuing that service with that cohort that has supported us throughout that trial will far outweigh the fairly minor cost. very little to no staffing implications. We'll continue to service those bins in-house. Presented a number of risks there that we've considered, but we consider those risks to be minor. And one of the other reasons around just wanting to continue this is there is some movement at the state level around trying to come up with a statewide education and behaviour change program that local governments will need to play a very significant role in. And we think by continuing, these residents on that FOGO journey, or the GO journey for the residents in the northern side, we'll be able to continue to work through our methods and approach around behaviour change to try and make sure we get that really nailed down to something that we're confident in before we then come back to council and want to roll out a complete community-wide service. Just probably the final point I'd like to make is in June council received $8.8 million worth of advance funding. Historically, we've always received that advance payment only for one future year, and that's the event that we then pay back each month as municipal waste tonnes are brought into the landfill and are disposed, and that's to offset that cost, so we're not passing that waste levy cost onto the community. At the moment, and as I presented in this report, we think that all things going well, and if we can get clarity from the state in a fairly timely way around what their funding is going to be, we could probably roll a community-wide FOGO service out by July 2024. With that 4 years of advance payment that we've already received, that $8.8 million, if we could do that, we would save about $1.2 million in levy cost alone, that we would, almost save free money, that we have already received that we won't need to pay back because we've diverted that 8,000 tonnes of organics from landfill. So, there's a lot at play in this, and it's really important that we, we continue on that path to introducing a curbside organic service. So, happy to take any questions.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Michael. Councillor Latcham, Portfolio Spokesperson, any comments?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, very happy to support this motion. Another comprehensive report by Michael, and I like that we're looking at extending it until the state does make a decision. The opt-in seems to be the answer to get rid of the contamination that's happening at the moment. So, very happy with this report and support this. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Councillor Latcham. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Rutherford, questions?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, just echoing Councillor Latcham there with my supporting, and I'm thinking that having been out to not all of the pop-up events, but even just a couple, then I was wanting to congratulate your team. This has been a really, really good effort from everybody, and their knowledge of everything that's happening around it is awesome. But the response from the community is what is exciting, is that the people that we're speaking to, even in the streets and certainly in other circles that I move in, they're like, when do we get our FOGO bin? We want one. And so there's a lot of positive feedback. I was shocked that they weren't all wanting to pay for it, but I suppose that's just wishful thinking. We all knew that that was going to be that sort of a result. It's great that you can contain the cost of that within your budget and still be able to deliver this program. I know that I haven't spoken to any of them, but well, your survey says some are happy to discontinue, but that's only 16% there. The greater majority, is what I've been hearing from, are all very excited about it. So congratulations. I'm happy to echo that and second it.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, my concern probably too was the people that have experienced this now going, well, we like it, but we don't want to pay for it. What does that mean on a broader scale for the entire region, if we're looking at rolling this out? Sorry, it's a worrying sign for
Michael?
me.
I think through the chair, one of the pieces of work I really want to try and do over the next 12 to 18 months is to also try and get some level of general awareness across our community about why we're doing this, and there are many reasons why we are doing this. And sort of the reason to address your question, Councillor, is that ultimately the cost of doing FOGO will be lower than the cost of doing nothing, because as the levy cost and therefore the landfill disposal cost continues to go up, the advance payment is dropping, and that's the only reason for the state government to do that, is to turn the screws and provide the necessary levers to get organics out of landfill. So at some point in time, the cost of not doing FOGO, through the ever-increasing cost of the waste levy and the continuing reduction in the advance payment, will outweigh the cost of doing FOGO. So we're doing some work on that, and when we come back to the business case, we will provide council with where we think that crossover point is. But yeah, this is a really important long-term solution to actually have some control and be able to manage and minimise the cost to our community.
And that's that message that's going to be critical in that.
So we've got to get that message out.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor. Good
And
question.
thank you, Michael. Good response. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fisher, and Councillor Maidens and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this process has been very good, but actually, on the bigger picture, what we're finding is it's almost mirrored in Townsville, and they probably have maybe 1% more that would not sort of want to go ahead with it. They have 1% less that don't want to pay for it, but it's very, very similar, that view. The thing that I think is that it's proven that it works. We know that it is going to be a substantial saving long term to council. And I think that this is one of those moments where we need to actually look over the horizon and see that we're going to invest money to actually ultimately save money. And probably, maybe what was not in the report, but that behavioural change, I think, is the most critical next stage. And I think keeping this program going for this time will give us a lot more localised information, because the behavioural change, there is no size fits all. Talking with Michael's equivalent in Townsville only last week, I think they're sort of saying that they're finding that we are going to have to work on that education. Fortunately, on Thursday, we'll have a chance to actually have a one-on-one with Karen Hussey, the Director General of the Waste Diversion, that hopefully can convince Karen. Michael's not as enthusiastic as I, but hopefully convince Karen that we've got to actually see a little bit more funds diverted for this, and to actually treat it as a regional focus. Everything is too much spent, we do it all of Queensland. Trouble is, the people in the southeast corner have different lives, different needs, and also the logistics are totally opposite. We've got to have this so that it fits small communities, large distances, but we still need to actually divert as much organics away from our landfills. So this is a really good, has been a really good program. It's the first time that, Mr Mayor, the state government has involved 2 local authorities in part of the truthing of a policy outside the southeast corner. And I think this is the start where, I know that Lawmac want to be right in that picture, that we're actually seeing that the regions are contributing. There are some pitfalls to come, and I don't think this is the right forum, but I think there are some things there that I see as some hurdles, but would love to have a chat, sort of where we're not in a public meeting, as to some of my concerns as to being able to roll out organics in regional Queensland, because it's just the post-COVID world that we live in. There are some challenges as well, but that will be for another day. Michael and his team, I think, have done an exceptional job. It's actually recognised not only here, but within regional Queensland, the effort that has that they have put in getting this trial up and running is almost a model for other regional centres to actually follow. So I see some great benefits, long-term savings, Mr Mayor. Some challenges that we've got to work through, but we're actually leading the way, and I think sometimes it's good to be a trailblazer. So thank you, Michael, and I'd be happy to second Councillor Latcham there in moving this report.
Thanks, Councillor Fisher. That's good comments and good synopsis of the project. Councillor Mathers and Councillor Smith.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I've got a couple of concerns, or a concern in regards to this, Michael. And to start with, I've got no issues. I think it's a great program that we're running, and your team has done a fantastic job with it. My main concern is that if we end up deciding to roll this out, and I'd like to see it rolled out, I really would, and I think I agree with you that we've probably got no options, it'll have to be. But I'm also aware that the chances of us being able to roll this out without any cost to the ratepayers is nil. So this is going to be something that's going to, cost ratepayers. So my concern is, I'm wondering whether to continue this with those, 84%, that do, are we just prolonging ripping the Band-Aid off where they have to pay for this service? I understand the extra information you may get from it, and maybe they might champion it, but they're only going to champion it while they're not paying for it anyhow. And my other concern is, are we really subsidising these people to get a service that everyone's going to be paying for in the future? So I'm just a little bit concerned, are we going to be getting the benefits out of it for, something that they're going to have to pay for in the future?
Yeah, through the Chair, Councillor, look, I probably don't disagree with anything you've said there, and in, catching up with the team and doing a bit of brainstorming in prep to write this report, I probably had about 10 different options on the whiteboard, and we only presented 2 here. And some of those options were, do we make it compulsory at no cost? Do we make it compulsory at a nominal fee of $50 a year? Do we make it opt-in at a nominal fee of $50 per year? And I guess, on balance, we thought that for the sake of $36,000 and for the sake of trying to maintain a real sort of positive approach with the cohort that's really supported us, and we couldn't have done this trial without their support, and the ongoing benefit we think we can continue to get as we really trying to hone in on the behaviour change and the education to maximise the organic recovery from the red lidded bin and the minimisation of the contamination, etc. That on balance, I think we thought that this was, that the $36,000 was money well spent, that we would, get that value easily. And we also did consider the perceptions or the messaging that this might provide, that if it's opt-in now and then we consider in the future to make it compulsory, and there will be a cost, even though that cost at some point in time will be less, we'll need to show that sort of transparently. I guess this was just, what we thought was the best for this point in time.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael. Councillor Mathers.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just through you again. Yeah, Michael, and look, I've got to be led by what you and your team do. You do good, very, very good work. I just hope that we really do believe that we're going to get $36,000 of ratepayers' value out of this for the education benefit, and also what we'll learn ourselves as well as the public. Could I make a possible suggestion, Mr Mayor, in regard to that? If we are going to go ahead with this, are we going to actively make sure that we tell these people that this is only another pilot, and that this isn't going to be an ongoing subsidy. They're going to have to pay for it, because I just think the longer we do it, the harder it's going to be for these people to give up the service, or not give it up, but to pay for the service.
Happy to include some appropriate messaging. There's a media release that's been drafted in preparation for the outcome of today's meeting. Happy to review that with the team and make sure that there's appropriate sort of comments in there around, and it is, from memory, the messaging that I've read only early this morning was around that this is to, that we are looking to roll out a community-wide service from the 1st of July 2024. So this is just for that interim period. I don't recall there being any comments in there around future costs, but I can have a look at that. Yeah.
Councillor Smith and Councillor Wickerson and Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Michael. I went to a couple of the pop-up stalls, and I'd like to congratulate your staff on the way they ran them, and especially your volunteers, which was really great, and George filling the bags with the end product. It was great to see that end product, and that, I think that really captured people's, thinking of, if they're doing that, that's the end product. But also there was some interest from people that weren't in the FOGO trial area, which was really good. I'm just a bit, I'm really happy that you're going to continue it. I was just a bit probably disappointed it's going to be nearly 2 years, but I know you've got that 2024 date in mind. The only thing that sort of concerns me a little bit, people in the rural areas that have a bin service, a lot of them just give their scraps to the chooks, and they don't, they burn their green waste. But also in the new subdivisions like Gracemere, Parkhurst, etc., they don't have a lot of green waste because their gardens are all fairly new. And I just wondered, in those areas people aren't going to use that third bin, I'd say. So, that was all. I don't have a question, just comments like that I did have a few concerns, but I was just disappointed that we weren't rolling it out permanently to everybody a little bit sooner.
Michael?
Yeah, two good points, and through the chair. So originally we were hoping the 1st of July 2023, but with the world we live in now, the last 3 trucks we ordered in October 2020, and I don't have them yet. So procurement is a nightmare, and I just, if I'm still got a couple of months to try and wrangle a decision out of the state around funding and then come back to council with a report to get a resolution to roll this out, I just physically will not have time for procuring the services required to provide that service. The second point is, when we come back with the business case, we will come back with our recommendation on what a community-wide service looks like. My thinking is that a community-wide service will not include everyone that currently has a 2-bin system. Taking your point there that, someone at Go Gengo that has currently 2 bins probably won't want a compulsory organics bin. So we will define what that service area is for FOGO.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Councillor Wickerson?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. A couple of points and then a question to Michael. I've got no problem with the small amount of cost that we're going to bear over the next period of time. I think not taking into consideration, if we were to put in a user pay system for the next 1 or 2 years or so, just even the administration costs of putting that mechanism in place for a short period, it's not going to be free. It might be, 10 grand or so, so it's even further reduces that, so I don't think it's worth the effort to do. But also, if we were to send some messaging out down to start with, in appreciation for your assistance with this trial, because we're learning a lot out of it, which we couldn't get any other way. So I think, as part of that teamwork towards it, it's a little bit of, not compensation, but reward nearly for helping us with that trial, because it would be for some of the people on it. Some would welcome it, but I think that for some people it would be a little bit of an impulse to change how they do things. So I think it's not unfair to, reward them in some way by not charging for the next extension of the trial. I'd like to see the same survey done at the end of maybe the next 12 months or so, just to see if we can't get rid of that red. I think, it's just Rockhampton, but certainly Rockhampton, changing people's behaviour and culture is difficult. So over the period of time, even though it's been a great trial, I think even more time doing the trial will get people into that habit, and I'd expect that red rejection of the trial might reduce even further, which would be positive. And the question, sorry, Michael, is that in the modelling of this, if and when we go to a full-scale rollout of it, is there a commercial element of it? So with the composted material at the end of it, is that a material that some contractor will pay us to do, or it's really just a cost-neutral thing that we don't have to deal with it and they take it and use it? So there's no money to come back to us from the full-scale rollout?
Through the chair, so again, my current thinking on that is that running a composting facility is not my core business. So again, my current thinking is that I will look to procure a processing solution. So it'll be a competitive tender process, and I would expect that any proponent bidding on that would take into account what their cost of operation is, what their revenue they would get from the sale of that product at the front end, and therefore what gate fee they would need to charge to support their cost of operation. So you've generally got your cost, you've got two streams of revenue, the material coming in and the product going out. So I would expect that the value of that product would be taken into account in terms of that competitive tender process.
Okay.
I don't expect us to make money out of the processing of FOGO.
There's no models of other similar sized regions that have already rolled this out to benchmark against?
I wouldn't be surprised if we end up paying something in the order of $100 a tonne.
We will have to pay to get rid of it. Yeah.
Through the chair, we'll be paying.
Not going to make
no
money
profit
out
in
of
this.
No.
No.
But we're
$100.
saving the landfill space, and that's...
Well, as a comparative, if we're paying $100 a tonne to dispose green waste or FOGO into a composting facility, by that time the waste levy cost alone into the landfill will be probably $110 a tonne. So that doesn't even take into account the cost of the landfill airspace.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wixon. Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wixon. Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, that's probably, Councillor Wickerson, that they were a very good question. They were going to be some of the comments I was going to make, that this is actually, there is a cost involved, but the bigger picture, it's actually really a cost operating saving when you look at as the levy is going. I just asked the General Manager if I could sort of talk about one of the areas that I find is of great concern is actually the garbage collection vehicles, and whether we would be best as our vehicles come offline, that we don't warehouse them for a period until we can go get other vehicles for that FOGO trial, that they are just, that we know that we've got them, because this time gap between ordering and delivery is not just alone here, it is actually something that's coming up. There was a very good article in the National magazine of the shortage of that equipment. And if there's one thing that I see as being the biggest problem of rolling FOGO out even in 2024, is there's not going to be the vehicles available if Rockhampton and Townsville go ahead at the same time that maybe the Southeast Corner and the other trial council is Lockyer Valley. Where are we going to get the vehicles?
Well, those trucks may be coming online sooner rather than later too. That's the thing.
Yeah, but at the moment it's an issue, and whether it's a saving in the short term. But that's one of the things.
Yeah, through Chair. Look, we've had that conversation internally, and we've had that conversation with Fleet. And I think the trucks that we're hoping to replace very soon have probably run, they've all done over 10,000 hours. They've run probably 6 months longer than we would have preferred them to run because of the delay on these trucks. And we're seeing now a fairly high level of unreliability and unplanned breakdowns on those trucks. So they would really be they wouldn't be a long-term solution. So yeah, I think at the moment our decision would be just to sell them, and we'll deal with the procurement as we need to.
Yeah, just through the chair, we are looking at our options, and we will come back and talk about the implementation and the options for resourcing and collection. So we are going through iterations of that at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Thanks, Michael. Good report. Councillors, we have a mover and a seconder with the officer's recommendation. Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Fisher. Put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, item 9, notice of motions nil. Questions on notice nil. Urgent business questions? If not, I'll close the meeting and thank everyone and the officers and councillors for your support in this meeting. Thank you. Councillors, we'll break now and come back at 11 o'clock. We have some morning tea and 11 o'clock with our communities meeting. Can I just see?
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Good morning, councillors and officers. I'm happy to open the communities meeting for the 16th of August and thank everyone for your attendance this morning. We have a full contingent. Councillor Latcham's online. So we might seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the minutes from the previous committee meeting on the 19th of July 2022 be confirmed. Move Councillor Smith, have a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Declarations in interest on matters on the agenda. We have Councillor Rutherford would like to inform the meeting. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr Mayor. Yes, I have declared previously and will declare today that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.6, the proposed lease renewal of the PCYC. This declarable conflict of interest arises as I have recently been employed by PCYC. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, is there any other declarations? If not, and something arises during the course of the meeting, please bring it to the council's attention. Business outstanding nil. Public forums, deputations nil. We move on to our officers' reports. 8.1, the sustainability strategy towards 2030, proposed consultation. Christine, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I would like to lay this on the table to come back to the next committee meeting. And the reason is we're going to go out to public submission. And I think when you look at the opening words, you know, it's at the heart. Sustainability is about the taking care of the environment, and so the environment cares for us. Where in this strategy that we're going out to the public, we've got a number of issues that the public feel are very passionate about as part of the sustainability and of our environment in the Rockhampton region. And I think what I saw, just the Indian myna bird numbers in the landfill as just one of a number of pest issues that we're dealing with, that the public are concerned about in our area, and would like to just see that when we go out to the public with our sustainability strategy, that we're actually dealing with and seeing that, okay, these are actually on our radar. At Mount Morgan show, I had a gentleman come up and ask, we haven't had a tilapia day. And when I spoke to Councillor Wickerson, it was actually the last tilapia day was actually last term. So some of these ones there are passionate in the community. We want to bring the community right involved in this, because this is for not just next year, 5 years or 10 years, this is the future. But having sort of some things that we know that the public are passionate about, we need to have that as a highlight. And I'd just like to sort of lay it on the table for Christine and her team to come back to our next committee meeting and just address some of those pest issues, that we can then go to the public and know that we're embracing all of those needs.
Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Chief. Probably just a couple of questions before I support or otherwise. Through you to Christine. Are the species mentioned, tilapia and Indian, are they mentioned elsewhere in the strategy?
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Through the Chair, please. Look, our council strategy actually deals with a really holistic range of environment and sustainability obligations. What you'll actually find is both our pest, plant and animal species are dealt with in detail as required by legislation under the Biosecurity Plan. It's recently been revised. It came to council in March and was actually endorsed for community consultation. I believe that's about to commence. So dealt with in detail in terms of species for eradication, for containment and for monitoring. It's all dealt with in that strategy, in that plan, and what the environmental sustainability strategy does is actually provide the umbrella across all of those and across a whole range of issues, particularly related to our climate resilience, to our own corporate operations and services as well. So it's a far higher level and a far broader spectrum of issues addressed via this particular strategy.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, second question, is there a degree of overlap with weed and pest management actions of council as well, so it's covered elsewhere in addition to that?
Absolutely. One of the key strategic priorities within this plan is actually around protecting, maintaining and enhancing our natural environment, making sure that we prioritise that natural environment. So absolutely is overlaps. There's actions within this strategy as well to ensure that our own operations and services are making sure that we prioritise natural environment within those. So this strategy is actually strengthening and supporting those kinds of aspects that the councillor is speaking to there. And just to take up on the question about Tilapia Day as well, if I may, through the Chair, that event has been run for a number of years via the Fitzroy Partnership for River Health. Council was a supporter of that event, but we're actually not the organiser itself, and there's been a number of issues and changes of direction which have impacted on whether that event is actually run or not, and those are outside Council's control.
And just finally, impacts if we do lay it on the table. Is there any impact of that or risk associated with if we do lay it on the table today?
Look, through the Chair again, for us at this point we have engaged extensively within Council. We've significantly workshopped this with each of you, so I feel that the document is certainly at a point where it's time to get community engagement and input on this strategy. We've got a number of different plans of work that we wish to proceed with, and certainly a range of investment that we wish to pursue, and certainly in terms of this strategy setting the scene for that, absolutely is something that we want to get that momentum happening again and keep it happening.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. Tilapia Days, I think it was Tilapia Terminator Day, was a great event because it got the awareness out there of what these species even are for people that weren't otherwise aware, and good partnership between a lot of agencies around, including Council, which is good. I was saying to Councillor Fisher yesterday, funny enough, in Africa, Lake Elizabeth, their problem is that Nile perch / barramundi are impacting their native tilapia, which is their prize species. So we need to swap problems with it, no? It's exactly the opposite here, but anyway. What it is.
Yeah, no, that's it. So would the public consultation would also allow for that community to raise those concerns if there's something there that we haven't captured like that?
Absolutely. So as I said, there's two back-to-back periods there. The first is, as far as I understand, for the biosecurity plan. Doug or Alicia may wish to add to this.
Maybe ask on
but certainly the sustainability strategy would be a 3-week consultation period, which would be open to any comments that the community wishes to make on this strategy or anything else.
You got a lot there. Doug, have you got any feedback on that one? It's just that biosecurity one. I think it's just capturing some of the concerns that the councillors may have had with regards to their strategy that may not have captured the pests and weeds and the like.
Yeah, no worries, Mr Mayor. No, I didn't have a light on, but happy to talk. So as Christine said, the biosecurity plan is about to go out to public consultation. It does include tilapia and the Indian minor bird, and what action we're proposing to take with that, which is, I suppose, I guess you would have seen the document, but the Indian minor bird is no or limited action, and the tilapia is asset management. Would really focus on some public education, so the tilapia termination day would be great. Yeah, I don't know if that's answered your question there, Mr Mayor.
I think it's just basically saying that we're also, that process is out there for public consultation where those matters can be raised, whether it's through that consultation or through the Christine's one. Alicia?
Yeah, so Mr Mayor, the way I see it is this is the higher order plan, which encompasses a lot of pieces, and then it's that biosecurity and pest management plan that deals with those aspects, which we've already endorsed at this table and is currently up for consultation. So I'm not quite sure, like we can still gather that consultation through this, but we have already workshopped this. I'm not quite sure what's to be gained from laying it on the table.
Yeah. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I think when we workshopped it, thanks Mr Mayor, I've probably said the same thing. It is a very good document, like the photos and everything, but it is very broad. I always think these things are a lot of words, and I'm just worried the public will think it's too broad, because our first priority, and I think you mentioned it before, Chris, prioritise a healthy environment by protecting, maintaining and enhancing our natural assets. Well, straight away people will think of creeks and gullies and everything, and all we hear is Lakina, Lakina, Lakina. And I think I've got, I don't know if it's on page 17, it's continued to support local NRM and pest management works. I think that statement needs to be stronger. It needs to be continued to support and invest in local NRM and pest management works.
Councillor, we might just deal with the matter laying on the table first before we before we get into the strategy. So did you have any questions around that?
No, it's not.
You're happy with?
So just comments, thanks.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, it's probably actually what Councillor Smith is sort of saying. In the document we're going to go out to the public, an addition of an extra page that just enhances what Councillor Smith said, so that we can go out, engage with the public and have them on support, have their support from the start, rather than them coming back and saying, well, why isn't this here, or why couldn't I find this in this document? And surely a month is not going to, or if we could come back sooner, but just something that's quite often, as you know, so many good things get shot down for the lack of a sentence, a page. Sure, couldn't we have an addition that highlights that a little bit more, and that we can go out to the public, and we're hopefully not going to get it shot down in the public?
Look, I'm fine with the delay. That is neither here nor there. It just puts us a little bit behind in terms of actions. Mine, more to the point, is that that's in our biosecurity plan, and so if you're talking with the people, well, hey, we're also getting comment on this at the moment, and they're the specific place for it. The focus of the policy is about enabling a whole lot of pieces, and if you could say the same about the waste, because the waste has its own strategy and different pieces, but this is the overarching. So, that's my feeling of it, is that's the intent of it. That's why we don't have a page that focuses on that, or we don't have a page that focuses on waste, for that matter. It's the overarching, and then we've got the underlying biosecurity that deals with that.
I would love a page for waste as well, but I think the public, and Councillor Smith was right, the public there see, as soon as we sort of start talking environment, they start to relate it in their own area, and would really like this to be, when it goes out, it's embraced, and it's something there that people can see their own needs, their own concerns addressed, rather than goes out to public submission, those comments come back, and then we've got to deal with it later on. We've wasted more time. I think, you know, just a short period of time now to just address that, we would actually have a document there that I think will get a better run in the community.
Councillor Rutherford?
Just a question. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Fisher, but I do wonder if, when we get community feedback, and the document may be tweaked in some ways according to that feedback, do we then have to go back out to consultation with the revised document, or does the council table then endorse that revised document?
Through the chair, my understanding is it is a 3-week community engagement period. During that time, we obviously collect and collate that feedback, and we come back to you with that feedback, and you make that decision about whether you're going to adopt the revised document that's based on that input. Yeah. Yep. So I guess, Councillor Fisher, if we want community feedback and they give us the feedback, and even if you wanted to say, oh, well, can we have a line in it? To me, it doesn't matter so much it goes out now, because we can get that and then we can alter it anyway. So, you know, I just don't know that we're gaining a whole lot by holding. I mean, to me, I think it would be fabulous if we got some feedback that says, oh, you haven't included this or you haven't included that, because that means people are reading them. So, you know, I get where you're coming from. I'm just not sure we have to hold it up to get the same result that you're looking for.
Yeah. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Ms Mayor. Yeah, great comments there, Councillor Rutherford. And I think also, Councillor Fisher, that delaying getting through this part, this is just the draft for a consultation that we're receiving today. It's not the final document, and it does have opportunity to be changed with great input from yourself and other members of the community out there as well. But the risks of delaying this, if we go to page 6, you can see the liability risks and transition risks there, that by delaying it, the actions are delayed, and it also means that we may miss rounds of, you know, as pushing out the time, we could miss rounds of grant applications, that this document is going to formulate a really key piece within us being successful in some of those grant opportunities that will come around. So I really do think that we should just keep the momentum and not lay it on the table today.
Councillor?
General Manager, sorry. The Alicia has just sort of said that it wouldn't, a short gap wouldn't make much.
Councillor, if you want to test it, you put it to the table. If you
I'm
want
happy
to move
to
a
move.
motion. Seconded, Councillor Smith. I think we've spoken enough to it. Councillor, I'll put that. Those that want to see the matter lay on the table till further information. Sorry? I'll lay on the table, I think. Yeah, sorry. Is that a procedural motion?
It's a procedural motion, doesn't it?
Just move, yeah, no, right. A procedural motion moved by Councillor Fisher, the matter lay on the table, pending further workshop.
Sorry, I would just suggest you're seeking an additional page to deal with pest management generally.
Okay. You right? Sorry, Kate. Well, I'll put that, councillors. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's lost. We'll move back to the original recommendation and hand over to you, Christine, to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, as we've already spoken quite a bit here, look, obviously the revised sustainability strategy towards 2030 seeks to deliver local initiatives that help us to align with the evolving policy landscape while simultaneously strengthen our community, environmental and economic resilience. In doing so, the strategy outlines the key strategic priorities, of which there's 4 listed in the document, that will inform our planning, guide decision-making and drive action and investment for Council. So as we've spoken already, this has had some quite significant internal consultation already. We have workshopped at LIB with our leadership team, with managers and also with yourselves at the table here. Now, I guess, is the opportunity really to go to our community to receive their input to the strategy. We are proposing a 3-week consultation period, which will begin in early September 2022, with the idea to come back, collate that feedback and come back to you for further consideration and adoption of this strategy in the coming months. So over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. I think we can capture all that information. That was questions that were asked there before in that process, and before it's officially adopted by the table. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to move this to be received. I've been along to the leadership meetings and the conversation and just the entire drive of this from the environmental team, and I really do feel that they have, as an overarching document for all things throughout council, really achieved a great piece of work here. So thank you. And looking forward to, as Councillor Rutherford said, what the community might have to feedback, and certainly Councillor Fisher's thoughts as well.
Okay, move Councillor Kirkland. Have a seconder. Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? You wish to record your votes against that one? Councillor Fisher and Councillor Smith record their votes against the motion. Okay, thanks very much, Christine. We'll move on to item 8.2. Excuse me, the terms of reference for the RADF committee. Mark. Thanks very much, Mark.
Thank you. Yes, the current Rockhampton Regional Council RADF committee does not have a formally documented process or terms of reference. Implementing a terms of reference will provide guidance and a consistent process over the RADF committee, and it is my recommendation for council to endorse the terms of reference for the RADF committee so that the RADF committee's terms of reference can be implemented.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Questions, Councillor Wickerson?
Just some comments and some questions.
Yep, you're right.
Thank you. The Us Development Fund is a great program, and as we read there, it's a joint program between state government and us, and it's working quite well. We get some great diversity of projects through, stuff that's sometimes surprising in its uniqueness, so it's great to be on that committee, and we've got some good, very passionate members on the committee as well, but there are a little bit of tweaking required, as it sets out in the report, and Mark said we've had quite a few coordinators come through in recent time, and just to try and get a little bit of continuity and uniformity through it would be a good thing, so hence the changes with the chair of it. But I do have some questions to you, Mark, if I could. Number 3, under membership, it says nominations to serve on the committee will be received by a nomination process and voting on the nominations. I just wondered who would be doing the voting. Is that table votes on that, or which membership will be actually participating in the vote to select that panel?
So that would be through the RADF liaison officer. So we would receive the committee member nominations directly to the RADF liaison. I would liaise, as a RADF liaison officer, liaise with the chair and assess the applications and determine who's best suited to be on the committee.
Just to close that one out, I do see that actually being appointed then by this table, just in terms of following up, because there's existing members on this committee, and I thought, do we need to already endorse those? But we'll actually, from here, we'll call for membership for the new committee and then endorse that by council. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. And Mark, I think just refresh my memory, at the last meeting we had, I think we made it fairly clear to the existing members that I think all positions would be made vacant and then reapply, is it?
Yes.
And that seemed to be received?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. Second question, excuse me while I scroll through. Under section 4, it talks about the new chair, which would be the councillor in Communities and Heritage, me at the moment. The chair has a non-voting role. I was wondering, do we model this terms of reference on others that you know of? Because that strikes me a little bit unusual, that normally the chair of any committee would not only vote, but have a casting vote too if it was a tied. So I'm just wondering, is this...
So this terms of reference does allow for a casting vote by the chair in the event of a tie.
Yeah.
This was put together by looking at terms of reference from other RADF committee terms of references all across Queensland. And we've basically cherry-picked the best bits. A lot of this came from Gladstone, where I was involved in the Radiff committee there. The chair there was a council member and did not have a casting vote unless it was to a tie. That all worked quite well. In this instance, the chair would guide the conversation and be involved in the conversation and certainly have an opinion, but the committee itself would be voting.
Yeah, I've no problem with that, as long as it's, again, uniform with what other Radiffs are doing, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty common. The idea is to put the power back to the community.
Yeah. I think this is my final one. It's under section 6, and it talks about if members, I think the wording is regularly are absent from a meeting, that the board or the panel can dismiss them. I just think that needed to be tightened up to quantify that. I mean, what's regularly? Is it, 3 strikes and you're out, or it just needs to be tidied up if it's going to be a document to go.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't mind what it is, if whatever's fair. If it's if you miss 3 meetings, out of the pool.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm just trying to find that particular under 6, councillor. Did you just say?
Item 6 or 7, wasn't it?
Item 6, and it's the second last bullet point, I believe. Monitor the attendance of committee members. Members who are regularly absent from the meeting should be asked to step down.
You're asking for that to be quantified as in
quantified around what
defined. So
regularly
is
absent.
it 3 meetings, is it 5 meetings?
I guess wouldn't that be a decision of the committee?
But why not stipulate it here? Then there's no decision to be made. It's in the rules. Do you see issues with that?
Depending on, I guess, by having it like that, the decision of the committee can actually, depending on what circumstances, whether there's, there could be, just having worked through the various numbers of scenarios in terms of why someone might not attend or different pieces, I guess it allows the flexibility of the committee to be in that decision-making area. Yeah. Like, you'd hate, let's say if you made it a hard one for 3, and then because of, long-term illness or whatever, there just could be any unique circumstances that you might not want to trigger that, rather than, just make it the decision of the committee.
Yeah, through the chair, I understand what you're saying, but to swing the pendulum the other way, it could also open itself up to some bias. It might be you have a committee member that you may not care too much for, and you're particularly hard on that person, but soft on someone else. So maybe could it not mirror what we do here, that they apply 4 times, or if they're ill or whatever, or have other mitigating circumstances, they just apply for leave and we grant that, and it doesn't count them. But if they're just missing in action for 3, I just think it needs to be stipulated what that is. Otherwise, it's a bit open-ended and opinion, rather than subjective rather than objective. It's only a small point.
I'm not sure what we would write there, councillor. That's probably my issue.
Three consecutive, missing 3 consecutive meetings without a leave of absence granted by the committee or something like that. That'll make it too legalese, but it's what we do here, basically. It just takes that onus off the rest of the members and have to decide on the fly.
Okay, we would have to then, the question then will be for the council to table whether or not you want to move this and then move an amendment to the terms at a later meeting, or whether you want to ask for an amendment on the run. You could probably do that with an amendment to clause 6 that adds that, and then that saves this extra process of having to bring it back. In terms of decision making.
Yeah, well, whatever's more expedient.
Did you want to move that and then move with the amendment?
Yes. Yeah, just to quantify that timing.
Councillor Kirkland?
Could I just ask a question? If you were to just receive it today, endorse the terms of reference, but with a note to go back to the committee to talk about the amendment and see how they feel about having it limited to 3?
Well, we're
and then come
squishing
back?
that committee though and starting afresh. So this is sort of a new, new terms of reference that we're embarking on.
Okay.
So probably not. The decision's here as to how we
Yeah.
want to feel.
I've listened to what you've said, and I'm kind of not 100% comfortable with putting a full limitation on it.
Mm.
Yeah, especially with all the illnesses and everything that are around there, it might be easy to miss 3 in a row. I don't know.
Don't
How
you
far
miss
apart are they?
twice a year?
Oh, yeah, they're a long way apart.
Twice a year, so if they
Yeah, that's-
miss 3,
it's a year and a half.
that's a...
Through. Yeah. Again, it's not worth dying on each other. If we want to run with it even as is, and we'll see how it flies and fine tune it later. I don't want to hold
Yeah.
things up for that. We've got a lot to get through.
I think it'd be, something could be discussed at the meeting and just say if they feel
Yeah.
that there's a need there or what, then we could come back and make an amendment to it. I think at this point it's probably get a bit too micromanaging a group that only meets
Yeah.
twice a year to have that in there at this point.
Okay, maybe we put it on the agenda for the first time we meet with the new panel.
Yeah, just
If
to
it's
raise it with
selected,
the
we'll
committee
see
and
how
then
it
come
flies.
back. If there's an amendment required, we can change
Yeah.
the policy at that point.
Yeah, no, happy with
Not
that.
locked in concrete. Okay, thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Rutherford?
I did have a couple of questions, Mr Mayor, but if I can borrow
Oh,
Councillor
no,
Wickerson's
no.
computer, because mine is blank. I had it highlighted, and it's dropped the whole page off. So,
I just locked out of the network was my issue.
so the other day we had discussion about
think there was a
funding things that people were making a profit from.
Yep.
And whether that was highlighted or whether there was some co-contribution that they had to make. And I didn't see that addressed in here anywhere. Is that something you think doesn't need to be addressed?
Not in the terms of reference. That would be in the guidelines, the RADF guidelines.
Yes, and that might be the question I was looking at too, because it refers to the guidelines, but it doesn't have the guidelines. The guidelines aren't attached, so we don't know what actually, what guidelines you're working from.
The guidelines are published on the Rockhampton Regional Council website at the moment, and they give the priorities that Rockhampton Region Council has and also the guidance from Arts Queensland. So the parameters around which funding is undertaken is heavily talked about on the Arts Queensland website as well. So, and these are all documents that applicants are referencing. So, but certainly the current application forms do have all the budget templates in there, which do include income generation. I think the issue that we had with the last ones was being able to quantify an income from an online source at this point in time is very difficult to do.
Yeah. I guess when it comes to us to make a final decision, it'd be interesting to know what how each one was actually judged. I did read here too that it talks about that the full amount should be given where possible. I understand that. Then it talks about that not all available funds need to be allocated in a financial year if the quality of applications does not warrant support. So at some point you're judging the quality of an application, but then you're also saying, well, the full amount should be given. So is it you get the full amount or you don't get anything at all? Is that what that's saying?
Yeah, more or less. So the bid is designed so that, if you're asking for $5,000 to do a project, well then we're not about, I guess, and we've had the same discussions with the community assistance program. Instead of getting 10 bids, and if it's oversubscribed by 50%, we cut everyone in half. Well, that's not the objective here. The objective is to get the projects done based upon the budget. So if they're asking for 5, and it meets all the other criteria, it would be awarded 5. If it doesn't meet the criteria, that's a different story, and that's where you might get it undersubscribed.
So if it only meets half the criteria?
Well, it doesn't get there.
It doesn't get there
No,
at all, so
no.
it's got to meet
So
all
it's
the-
got to meet that criteria for
Yep.
it to be approved. And I mean, I know we're blending things, but that is the way of the community assistance program as well. If it does not meet the criteria, we don't give it any money. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wickerson?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Just to add to that too, there's quite a sophisticated matrix that we go through to make that decision, and we all do that independently, and then when we come together, we've got those scores and rankings, and we've addressed all of those criteria. Much like CDF, the officers that do that, I think it'd be very similar. We are fairly tough. I think that often you'll get a third of the applications, broadly, that don't get up. But we do have a process where we go back. I think, Mark, you did this, go back to the applicants, and if their application hasn't met certain criteria or it's weak in some areas, we do communicate that back and try, not for that round, but to just improve their application process for the next time. Like if we think if it's not developed soundly, well, we certainly reject it. But then we give that feedback back to the applicants so that they're better prepared next time. So I think it's quite fair, and that part of the process.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay then, thanks Councillor Wickerson. Mark, no further report? That's it. Councillors, if there's no further questions, Councillor Wickerson, happy to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Smith, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Mark.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to item 8.3, the Community Assistance Program. And Anne, if you'd like to present that report, please. Again, councillors, we've workshopped this one quite extensively, and I don't think we're able to find a perfect model, but it's one that's improved on the previous one. So I'll hand over to you to present the report. Thanks very much, Anne.
Thank you very much, and good morning, councillors. As the Mayor pointed out, we've already gone through a lot of this material. What you've been presented with are the draft proposed policies and procedures for the community assistance program. These have been, the drafts have been prepared with legal and governance, who have gone through and put them in the template and have as well checked the information that's there. What you also were provided were the draft guidelines, which are still being finalized and will be finalized, I guess, following this meeting. And that's the information that will be made publicly available to any applicants applying for funding under CAP. As well, you've been provided with the workflow, which kind of, I guess, provides a step through the whole process as outlined in the draft procedure. So I guess that's on the table. Are there any, I guess, questions or comments about anything?
Questions? Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Kirkland, Councillor Smith. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you have to count to 10 backwards for me, please. Because I am going to make a suggestion. When I was going through it last night, I wondered a little bit with a regional event being $10,000. There's a lot of difference in a regional event that may have 100 people and a regional event that has 1,000 people, and yet they both are eligible for $10,000. So I did wonder whether we should split that and say if it's in a regional event, and I'm using as an example here, if it is under 500 people, it's 5,000. If it's over 500 people, it's 10,000. So that there is there's a significant difference in the size of an event and what it draws to the community. So 10,000 is a lot of money for a small event, not so much for a very big event. So I'm wondering whether we could make that alteration.
Yes. Up to that amount.
I'm not seeing any negatives on that one. So,
Mayor,
Councillor Smith.
do we ever give that, that amount? It's up to that amount. So wouldn't they look at the attendance and all the other criteria and approve up to that amount? It's not really that amount, is it?
Okay, so I might just ad lib here and just talk you through, councillors, in terms of how the process would happen. So if you were to have 2 events subscribe for this fund, when we're looking at the criteria, the one with 5,000 people would rise above the one with 500 people. The people or the submissions themselves, depending on their budget, we will also look at their budget and judge their value for money, okay? So there's also a consideration there, because with 5,000 people at an event, the budget will be larger, and presumably the $10,000 will be a smaller aspect of the value for money. So we're getting better value for money on the budget versus a smaller event, depending on what else other expenditure is going on. Now, as we said just in the last one, so you go through your criteria. So if these 2 events basically qualify, that's the issue, and then you're judging and ranking them based on value for money. So one will be above, and if there's, depending on the nature of how many subscribe, it might be, if we look at those funding rounds, that it misses out, okay? Because we've determined that there's funding rounds. We can ask them again to apply in the next round to see whether that rises to the top, but it will come back to those grants are available up to 10,000, but that doesn't mean that they'll be applying for 10,000.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to that? Because I understand what Alicia's saying, except that we often get out of round applications that seem to be looked at separately, just on their own. So unless that's not going to happen at all anymore.
That's the design of this program, because remember at the start of this, it was the first in, the people that were in first were getting the best dollars, and then by the time we were running out, we were spreading our money so thinly. So the design of the program is there's 2 rounds. If you take that local event sponsorship, there is 2 rounds, and the first round amount is $11,000 for, and so there's a, any number can apply under that, but once you've missed out, you've missed out.
So we had one the other day that had 83 participants signed up to maximum of 100, and we had allocated 10,000 to that.
Yes, so now remembering, councillors, because this process has been dragging on and it's taken us a time, so there is some events that we have dealt with, and the Mount Morgan Show was one. That was one that can't afford to wait because of that timing of the events. But going forward, once this is adopted, there will be rounds called, because there's separately, there's ones over there that we've held up because that can actually wait for the funding round. But that, the golf one, and I'll probably talk about, because I'm not here next council meeting, but there was some mention at the committee about a criteria, whether there was pinball machines, or not pinball, poker machines rather, and whether or not that would be, like, we haven't talked anything about the club's other ability to make money. All the criteria is within this fund is that it's a not-for-profit club that is applying for the funds. So I don't know whether that is worth mentioning in terms of criteria. Does that answer your question, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah,
so it's not intended.
I do wonder about that in practical reasons. When we get events, off the bat that come and say, listen, we want to hold this event here in October, it's out of round. I'm sure we would be flexible enough to go, well, we would love this event here, so yes, we will find some.
Well, the concept, in my view, the answer was no. It's not part of this community assistance program. If council wants to embark on that as part of its sponsorship under Advance Rockhampton, well, that's a different, in terms of that economic development. But no, when we talked about it, and we even talked about whether or not we would have, like if the fund was undersubscribed, whether we would have a 3rd round, and it hasn't been set up that we would do that.
No. And don't forget our pool.
It's smaller, yes, and that's why I think I'm pushing this, because it is smaller. So what issue do you see with introducing this split in funding?
I don't see necessarily a problem with doing that, Councillor Rutherford. It's only my only issue would be we want to get this thing adopted so that we can go out to the community and start the program to kick off at the end of this month and have some community, and it's just that delay in decision making, Council. And I've got those other other things sitting over there that are waiting on. So it's just the delay is my only issue, and especially that I'm on 2.5 weeks leave from tomorrow.
So, Mr Mayor, I wonder, can we take a vote on the selection for, on the splitting of that one?
Or did you want to put it on a trial and come back after, give it some time to see?
No, I'd prefer to have it in.
Can I just chime in here for a second? The only thing that we're really looking at the moment is the policy and the procedure, and the amounts that we're talking about are really outside of that discussion. So that comes down to modifying things in the guidelines. Nowhere in the policy and procedure do we actually talk about amounts and things like that, and that is because we want to have that kind of flexibility. What we really wanted to get across with these changes are that it needs to be clear and transparent from the point of view of the applicant, that they know when they can apply, they know what the process is going to be, and that we follow those things. And we want to avoid those out-of-round decisions which are not clear and transparent and don't follow the processes. So really, I guess the modifications that you're talking about could very well happen. That's just not happening through the policy and procedure. We're not tweaking the policy and procedure to customize those particular scenarios. So I don't think that I think any discussion about fine-tuning those things can actually happen within, I guess, discussions about the guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And again, Council, we can still monitor that and see how that goes once the policy's been adopted. And again, if it's something that needs to change, we can do it at that time.
Yeah.
Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Smith and Councillor Mathers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of questions for you, Anne. So on page 56 of the entire agenda report, I think it is 3 point, I don't know what it is, 3.3, 3.2. Yeah, this is in the this is in the redacted version. So it's showing that the councillor discretionary fund policy has been removed from that. What was the reason that was removed?
The reason that's removed is it actually doesn't fall within the CAP budget. So the amount that's allocated for your discretionary funds isn't actually part of the CAP program itself.
Perfect. Okay. Further down in the eligibility criteria, it's how, I just wanted to know how would you be checked. It says for the applicant to be free of debt to council. Do you just run that through our system? Is that how you check that? I've just written how do you check it, and is this to be organisation only or to the office holders also? So is it just to the organisation or the people in the organisation as well if they've got debts to council?
It would just be the applicant. So if the applicant is the organisation, it would be the organisation, and that information is gathered as well in the application itself. So they need to be clear, open and transparent about what their relationship or,
so
obligations
do
are.
they provide that then?
They can provide that, but then I guess I guess the assessment committee would review that as well then too to make sure that's correct.
Okay. Moving on to the procedure in the scope area, page 74 of the whole document, page 72, sorry, it says.
72?
Yeah, up the top on your, if you've got it in your PDF, it says 74, but looking at the bottom of the page, it says 72. Again, actually a similar question. What was the thought process in removing Rockhampton Regional Council and councillors from being, does it not refer to RRC at all in there? So you've taken out Rockhampton, where does it say, the heading in scope, this procedure applies to Rockhampton Regional Council. Okay, for the initiatives within the region. Why did you, so you're just taking it out of?
I think that's just change in
wording.
Yeah, it sort of wasn't really possibly useful, that previous wording.
Okay.
It's just, and I guess this was one of the answers, the thing, there is quite a lot of attachments to the agenda, but we have provided that track changes, but in some areas, there's just a lot of changes.
Yeah.
I was almost like, well, let's just give them the new one, but
It's always,
Megan,
I love having the track changes because we can compare the documents a lot easier.
I guess we started from a fresh slate with it, and then we've retrofitted it into the old policy. So in situations like that, it's changing the words.
Yeah. Just down then to, this is the program, so procedure, the community, what have you called it? Community procedure, yeah. It says here there's no, I can't see there a CAPS form there, like all of the different things that they would have, so there's no application form. Is that what you're saying now?
For which one? I'm sorry.
So there will be a series of application forms that will be sort of endorsed and signed off by myself following this approval of the policy. So those forms are probably midway being finalised, and so, but it doesn't need to be adopted with council.
Okay.
Yep.
There wasn't really much point putting the application forms in case there were changes today, so, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I noticed that wasn't there. Then there is a place further down about the organisation has a history of experience in delivering similar projects. I wondered how Virgin applicants would meet that criteria. Does it mean that, because you were talking earlier about they've got to meet all of the criteria, so if they're a Virgin applicant having not done anything before, but they're still putting in for funding to get a first thing off the ground, how would they have history?
I guess it'll be the experience of the members. So if you've got people, like let's say there's 4 people that have got together on a committee and have no experience, I'm not sure that, but surely they will have some experience.
So
again, that will prove in terms of ranking what we do become involved with.
Okay. And did you want to add?
I would reiterating what Alicia said is that in the application form and any assistance that we provide, we can certainly give them an indication of things that they can, information that would be acceptable for that criteria. So.
Okay, that's good for the community to know. That's great. And then just down from that, and it says the ability to deliver the project without funding is also one of those criteria. I would have thought that usually when they're asking for funding, that might be if they can't put the program on, they can't do whatever it is they're doing without the funding. That's why they're applying.
Not in all circumstances, like, the one that I often go to for an example is the Black Dog Ball, and that would have proceeded, they stipulated in their event that would have proceeded regardless of council funding, but it speaks to, I guess, the level of funds, and similar with, maybe not similar with Rocky Spot, but where they're raising funds for another organisation at the end. So depending on whether we fund them often speaks to the quality of the event that's being run, the risk of the committee, and then ultimately the funds that are being raised at the end. So not in all circumstances.
Okay. All right. And there was just one more. Last one is in prioritisation and ranking. It says here the applications that do not make the cut are rejected with an explanation provided about why they were not successful. Is that document just for us to read, or is that a public document? Because I wasn't sure that the language was quite, sorry mate, you didn't make the cut.
Yeah, agree with the language in that, but no, that, and I presume you're in the workflow, councillor, just can I confirm that, because there's a lot of documents attached.
Yeah, there
Is that where you're at? What page number?
Yeah, it's on page, I'm going to start writing in my comments exactly as well where it is, page 94.
Yeah, so that's within the workflow, councillors, so I felt that was really important to attach so that you would understand how we would then administer the program.
Okay.
So it
That's
was
just
really
for us.
useful for yourselves and as well as for my team that are going and for Anne to administer it. So in logical sense, how this is all going to pan out. So, yeah, but I agree, probably not ideal.
You wouldn't use that terminology.
No.
I was like, is this a public document?
These were just sort of brief notes after talking to Alicia's team about
Yeah.
how they saw the process actually panning out, and at what stage would there be decisions about who would progress.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just had those questions, just all good answers.
Councillor Smith, I see your hand there, Councillor Latchin, and I've got Councillor Mathers, and then I'll come to you. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Talking before about out of round, like sometimes a club doesn't decide to have something till, say it's May, the round might be in September. So if they apply, does that sit there until you judge the next round?
So the concept being there's 2 rounds a year, so normally they'll be at the start of the year, financial year. So normally we would run them in July/August. Now we're a bit late this year, right? Because of right now it's mid-August, and then we'll run another one sort of immediately in January. I think was the timing that we'd proposed on those. So that there's 2. So if you're if in that situation, depending on how organised the club is, they might apply first. If they don't get the money, they can then apply again. Because remember, it's ranking, and if they, depending on what other events is on.
Okay, so I suppose my question was if they decided to have a...
If they decide to have it in April for an event...
Would it sit there, or do they have to, take it back and put it back in coming up to that next round?
No, they would need to reapply.
We're only having 2 rounds. Before we had 3 or 4 rounds for...
2, I believe. There might have been 3.
I thought at least 3.
3.
At least 3.
The 3, it was felt with Kerry, probably because of the timing of the funds, that the third, it wasn't necessarily adding that value. But again, this was something that we workshopped. We can take that feedback if you want to run 3, but it's more that more administration aspect of it. And remembering the money is smaller too.
Yeah, keep forgetting that. Just 5.4, with the hall, the $500 towards the hall, and now that's been going a long time. And I just wondered why we didn't pay out last year, 21-22 financial year. Clubs were told that we're doing the policy and they won't be paying out for last year.
No, they did pay out last financial year, and then they're eligible again for this financial year.
I've got an organisation that's told that they weren't paying out.
Yeah, we'll take
Might
that
take
one
that
offline.
offline.
Are they one of the halls listed in that?
Absolutely.
Oh, they should be eligible, councillor. We can take that one offline.
So I thought if it's something that's always happened, why would we stop it?
Yeah.
Well, we possibly haven't done it. If they applied for it last month, we would have said hang about because we've got to have this approved. Is the mechanism.
Before the end of June.
Was it for this financial year
We
coming?
might deal with that one
The last
offline if we
financial
can. Councillor Smith, it's one that we will, Alicia will take note on and get a response back in that one. But indication is that there shouldn't be a problem. Councillor Mathers and Councillor Latcham.
No, that's all right, Mr Mayor. I don't want to do your head in. It's all good.
It's a lot of money, but we've spent a lot of time on it, Councillor. So Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and through to Anne. Regarding the insurance support, there's 10 packets of $500 for the $5,000. I note in the approved halls, there's 12 listed. I'm not sure how that is. It the case of first in, best dressed for the 10 that will get it? And the second part of my question is, I know Parkhurst Hall, for example, if it's the one near the service station on Yamba Road, it hasn't been active for many years, so I'm not sure why it's still on the list. And are there other halls that are not being used that are on that list?
I can probably respond to that one, councillor. So yeah, maybe it's that we're only paying out 10 now, but because of this transfer from the old policy to the new, but the intention was that all of those existing halls that we have paid on, that we continue to pay, so that I guess when we've talked about the community assistance program, we've talked that the intention was we would continue with this insurance support for the same halls that were eligible previously. It might be that just with the translation of that old policy, So if it is in fact 12 on there that are still continuing to claim, it was my view they'll be eligible. I'm just not sure what has happened between the 12 and the 10. I'll have to follow that one up.
We'll take that online. Councillor Latcham, another one there that we can get some more info on. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm sure they still have dancers at Parkhurst Hall. Well, they always used to. I think it's still...
I think it was 1970, Councillor.
No, old Nouveau they have. I don't go to them, but I'm sure they do. Yeah.
We'll have a look anyway. We'll see what's involved in that. If they were previously getting it, maybe a reason why it's still on there.
Yeah.
Okay, councillors. Anne, did you have any further to add to that one? Councillors, could I seek a mover and a second with regards to the officer's recommendation? Councillor Wickerson and seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Big sigh.
Can I thank Alicia and Anne for your work on that one? It needed review, but we needed to go through the process to get to that point. So, yeah.
I'll just add really, really quickly is that we're planning on having, I guess, sessions with the community so that they understand how the processes work. So I guess I'd want to make sure that all the councillors know and are aware of that. So, thanks.
I appreciate that. Thanks very much, Anne. Okay, councillors, we'll move on to item 8.4, property matter 78 East Street, Mount Morgan. Jumping out of one frying pan into another one.
Yes, through the Mayor, and MJ will certainly add, but this one, so we had put the report to council and then the matter laid on the table, pending an inspection, which we've since organised, as well as we spoke with the Mount Morgan Citizens Group. The report that you see here today is largely unchanged, except for allowing the actual provision of the house to be subdivided off and sold, which has formed part of that recommendation. I guess we'll take the report as read, but myself and MJ are here to answer questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Alicia. Councillor Rutherford?
Oh, Mr Mayor, I was ready to jump in early, but if MJ's not speaking, I'm ready to go. I wonder if we can suspend standing orders, please.
Okay, procedural motion to suspend standing orders. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Rutherford.
And Mr Mayor, I would like to foreshadow an alternate motion. Would you like me to read
yes, if that's...
that? And I've just lost it, bear with me. That Council transfer the ownership of all three buildings at 78 East Street, Mount Morgan, to the Mount Morgan Citizens Club in an as-is condition. In addition, Council enters into a lease of the land these properties are situated on with this club. Furthermore, Council proceed to make alterations to the planning scheme in regards to the proposed purpose of these buildings.
We might give Linda, we might give... Oh, is it there? Is that it? There you go. Yeah. So, did you want to go into a bit more detail with that one, Councillor Rutherford? I'm not sure whether we were speaking to it, but it's a foreshadowed motion. We're in suspended standing orders, so I'm a little bit...
From an officer perspective, I think that was one of our options, which we've already outlined in terms of the risks and so forth. So there's probably not much more to comment.
The option is option E. We didn't. It excluded the transfer of the buildings because there is a risk that, I guess, the club proceeds without the appropriate permission, so that it was basically leave as is and seek an amendment. Once that planning scheme amendment is processed, we could go back and, I guess, negotiate with the club if that's where we sort of see.
Whereas this one is saying let's transfer them now and then seek an amendment, which is obviously through another decision point to go through that town planning amendment.
Yeah. So I think it referred to an MCU.
It needs an MCU?
The option C referred to an MCU.
Yep.
Yes, what I'm saying is let's go down the town planning, the amendment to town planning. It says in here it's probably a 12-month period, which is probably quicker than an MCU in the end, and I think it's prudent to go down the town plan amendment to town plan route anyway. So regardless of what happens.
So I do see Councillor Rutherford that Cam Wyatt is online with us. So our discussions with Cam just around that town planning amendment, and if he does pop up, that would be great. But it was that in terms of all the amendments to progress, that this possibly wasn't a high priority. But here he is now. Thanks, Cam. I didn't even realise you were going to be on, so this is very great.
Hey, no, thanks. You can hear me okay? Yeah. Yep, okay, cool. Sorry, good morning, councillors, and yeah, just in relation to the amendment to the planning scheme, we've got quite a number of amendments on our agenda at the moment, so unless directed, yes, it would take 12 months, but to go through that process. But at the moment, we've got a series of amendments we want to do beforehand. So I can't see this happening anytime soon, unless directed to do another amendment, a rolling amendment to include this one. So we've got, as councillors are aware, we've got 2 amendments at the moment that we're going through. One's a range of zoning changes that were identified a year ago, and also our flooding amendments as well, that we still need to complete. So yes, it is a 12-month process. That's when we commence the actual major amendment process. But leading up to that, we've got other amendments we need to do to the scheme as well.
So Cam, through Mr Mayor, if it's okay?
No, you're right.
Yep. Did we not do an amendment to allow residential in the CBD, mixed use residential in CBD in Rockhampton?
As part of the current scheme, you are allowed to do that. You're allowed to do mixed residential in the commercial zone. So a lot of those commercial zones allow that, particularly above ground level.
Yes, but did we not do an amendment to allow that? This particular block of land, I understand, is zoned residential, and yes, it's next to a commercial area, so we'd have to change or amend the planning scheme to include it into a commercial area. But it all depends on what type of use, whether if they want to do a community type use, maybe the community facility zone is more appropriate. Sort of coming to the end of this process, so I'm trying to understand what's going on. Yeah, Cam, that's probably not the question I'm asking. I'm saying if we made the effort to do an amendment for Rockhampton CBD, why would we not take the time to do an amendment here?
We would certainly do. We're doing amendments throughout the whole region in version 3 for zoning changes. The same provisions in the Mount Morgan local centre zone allows for residential currently now. So I mean, in our all commercial zones, we do support currently under the scheme residential, particularly above ground.
So I guess, Mr Mayor, in the end it can be done. It's just whether or not we decide it's a priority to do it. And I'm believing, or I'm trying to encourage the council table to go. We have a community that...
Don't...
Oh, no, okay.
Might be better if we just work on that.
Yeah.
I was only trying to work out, we still haven't lifted the matter from the table, so while we're still there, we'll need to come out, back, resume standing orders, then move to lift the matter off the table before we move any
Yeah, sorry, councillors, I've missed that
No,
one.
that's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on it though either. But
that
before we go into any formal debate, so it's mainly questions at this point, if that's okay. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So I just wanted to be clear, can the organisation that's wanting to take it over, can they still go in there and do what they want to do without these changes or does there need to be a zone change?
They would have to proceed with the art gallery and museum, they would have to wait until the planning scheme is changed before they can proceed with their plans, just like they would have to wait for an MCU. I guess the difference would be the cost involved with an MCU versus us doing the work for planning scheme change. That's really the difference.
Yeah. What would it cost if council were to do an MCU? Just
the
resource?
costs of an MCU would have to be outsourced. We don't do that internally because we actually assess them, so we can't do the work and assess our own work, so it would have to engage an external town planner. Now, depending on the complexity of what they're asking for, prices have ranged from 5,000 to 15,000, possibly even more, so it's really unknown and we haven't got quotes for it at this time. We've just got historical prices from other projects. But considering that we do the assessment, it would be...
Preclude.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Okay. Council can do their own thing. Sorry, Cam, I didn't catch the discussion there, but the timing of amendment would be any ballpark on that, sorry?
Yeah, just through the chair, Mr Mayor, it would be a 12-month process to amend the planning scheme, but as I identified previously, we've got a series of other amendments we're doing as well, so this is just cropped up, so we haven't planned for this amendment to take place, and given the time it's likely to take to get this amendment through, I'd actually recommend that if someone wants to use the land, that they seek a material change of use, because that would be a shorter amount of time than going through an amendment process.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Cam. That gives a. Sorry, I had to step away from the table to do the other thing. Councillor Kirkland, and back to Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. Just a question around if the organisation was to lease that property but not conduct the business that they're suggesting they're going to do there, only for the purpose of starting to renovate to get ready for that, whilst the MCU is being prepared, is that possible?
It would be possible, but at a significant risk to council, because if they were to, we lease them the site and the buildings, and they go and tenant the dwelling, which it's residential, we would be liable because it's our building and we're the landlords and we haven't maintained it.
Could that be built into the leasing?
We're not leasing.
We could do the best we could, but we wouldn't be able to absolve ourselves completely.
We're not leasing the building, we're gifting the building.
Gifting the building,
so,
right.
Yeah, sorry, I was assuming you were putting another scenario out.
No.
Okay.
My misterminology, my bad.
Okay.
But, yeah, so in the gifting, so could that not be built into an agreement with them in the gifting, or
If
not?
gifting the building, we would still incur some liability, but nowhere near as much as if we leased it. And I think that would be a risk that we could take.
Yeah.
However, it comes down to whether they would accept that they wouldn't be able to use the buildings for what they plan to until either an MCU is completed and the conditions of the MCU are met, or the planning scheme's amended.
Okay. Perfect.
Now, even if we go down a planning scheme change, there will be conditions for the building use because we're changing the use of the buildings. So the planning scheme doesn't absolve the club from having to meet the building code or other requirements. They would still have to do that as part of, I guess, what they're planning and doing at the site. It's just the cost of the MCU would be not required because the planning scheme's changed and therefore the activities that they want to participate in are permitted.
Yeah.
So just to round out and clarify then, under Councillor Rutherford's foreshadowed motion, under that scenario, if we were to gift the buildings to the club, they could start on those improvements if they had the funds available concurrently while an MCU or a planning amendment was happening. So if that's what you meant in terms of they could get started until, yeah. So that might be an easy enough task on the residential property. For the commercial, you really want to understand what the requirements will be before they're probably packaging up those works. But there's also a lot of volunteer hours. But so yes, that would certainly be possible for them to start.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, it's hard because I don't want to be talking to the motion, but what I was trying to put forward was my thought process, which may have, you know, sort of answered some of those questions beforehand. It's going to take significant time, dollars and effort to redo those buildings. So my understanding was they could go in there and start to renovate them in this 12-month period. The house is already sitting on residential, so they can rent the house out as a form of income to then put back into the other buildings. So that was my thought process about how I have put forward this recommendation. So I understand it's 12 months before they can operate, but I believe it's going to take them time, and at least this gives them an option, it gives them a choice, whereas before I don't think they really had one. So, yeah.
Councillor Wickerson and Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you to MJ, I think it's all on the one parcel of land, isn't it? The residence and the large and the small church. If and when the MCU goes through, and I gather we're going to change it all to a different use, whether that's commercial or something for what the club have set out, where does that leave the residents then? If they're going to use that as a caretaker's residence, do we then get in our own way again?
So that,
or is that part
I guess it depends on what the decision is. So we can subdivide the house and treat it as a separate block, and then the house would just be a normal residential property. Through the MCU, if they identify the houses that are going to be used as caretakers, that's the MCU will, I guess, apply conditions, because there is conditions in the building code for caretakers dwellings. But the requirements for a caretaker's dwelling, though, I should say, are quite different to that of a normal residential property. So and higher, I guess the standards are higher for a caretaker's, because it becomes part of the, I guess, part of the organisation. So it really depends what decision is made, whether we subdivide and treat it separately and keep it as residential, even through an MCU or planning scheme change, leave that parcel, that subdivided parcel as residential, and then just treat the two churches as what's going through the change process, and then the codes will only be applied to those two buildings. So it really depends on what we see as the best future for that site.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, then Councillor Mathers.
Yeah, probably my question was, and it's been crossed out anyway, that if it's freehold land, why would we be leasing the land to them if it's freehold?
If we were to gift the buildings, we would still lease the land. The risk comes into it if we lease the buildings.
Yeah, but if we lease the land, don't we still have a risk with that land? We still would.
I guess, so that was the other, like there is an option then that you could transfer the land and buildings to the club. That then sees the club being able to essentially subdivide off the house and sell it. It also allows them to sell the big church without council's sort of... No. So that was sort of, we'd been down that path previously, and I guess council wants to maintain an interest in this land, in which case leasing the land would be the way to do that.
So they would have to pay public liability for the land? Like if someone fell over in the
yard,
they
would have
we
to.
wouldn't be liable. Yeah, okay, thanks.
I guess, sorry, if anything does, what generally happens, if there's something, an incident on council land, you know, and you're going down that litigation path, you're usually doing the owner of the club or the organisation, but then you also go for the landholder. So there would still be that exposure on that front, but it would be in a lower order because you go after the organisation first.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm just trying to get... So, yeah, we're only supposed to be asking questions at the moment, not talking to the motion. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, now I'll be
Wait
quiet.
for the motion?
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, right. Councillor Ross. Okay, Councillor, if there's no further questions, we might seek a mover that we resume standing orders, and then we'll need to lift the matter from the table. Move Councillor Wickerson that we resume standing orders. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Now, could I seek a mover and a seconder that the following matter be that was laid on the table on the meeting of the 19th of July be lifted from the table and dealt with accordingly? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Now,
Seek a
seek a mover and a seconder.
or mover and a seconder of any motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Linda's looking like she's changing the order now. Yeah.
And it was...
So, Mr Mayor,
Moved by
Kelly...
Councillor Rutherford. I'll need a seconder before we speak. Seconded Councillor Mathers. Shane? Shane?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I can't see what's on the screen. So
Okay.
what are we considering?
Yeah, hang on. We'll get that to you. Just been... Linda's just doing that at the moment, Shane. So we'll make sure you've got it before we start to discuss it, debate it. Is it right there now? Can you see that, Shane? No. Hang on.
What about now, Councillor Latcham?
Can you see that, Councillor Latcham?
We can't see
Yes,
you.
I can, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
You can see it now?
Okay.
Okay.
We can't see you at the moment, though, Councillor
We'll,
Latcham. So,
we'll just give you a minute to read it, and then we'll go into debate as we have a mover and a seconder.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to say Kelly has tidied the motion up for me, so it's not exactly as I read before, just to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Kelly.
Probably a question though, the goods inside the church, is that still, council would say retain that, or where would that go?
That would be a decision that would have to be made
Yeah.
today. Preference would be, I guess, they are significant to the churches. The only way that council could guarantee that, I guess, retain interest and guarantee they remain in Mount Morgan and get utilised would be to retain them and use them in other areas of Mount Morgan. I guess the risk of transferring them with the ownership of the building is that they do consume a lot of space, particularly the hardwood pews in the large church, and the risk is that they could be on-sold, and we would not have a say in that decision. So I'm not saying the club have certainly indicated that they want to keep them, but there would be nothing to stop them from selling anything.
So do we need to put something in that motion to say that council retain ownership of the
The contents of the church?
Just contents, Linda? Yeah, yeah.
The church, is it? It's only the church really, isn't it? Or-
What say they say, well, we want to do something with the church, we want you to move all the stuff? Well, where do we put
so
it?
I guess
Legally?
we'll sort that out separately, but, you know, once this decision is made, yeah, we'll enact that
Yeah,
decision.
it's always an issue that needs to be dealt with anyway, councillor. Okay, not going away from that.
Mr Mayor, I've seen the motion.
You're right, councillor. Latcham. We'll move on to the debate now. Move, Councillor Rutherford. You speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have had lots and lots of discussion about this, and we've done a site meeting, and there's a group in Mount Morgan that have a dream for Mount Morgan, and they're actively going about trying to build on that, to build some hope for a community, to build some pride in a community. These buildings have been sitting for quite some time with no plans to have anything done. They were purchased originally for community use. This is community use. It is a big dream, and I wish the group every opportunity and the best of luck to fulfil it. And there is a risk that maybe they can't, but I'm asking council to give them the opportunity to try their very best to make this happen. There are so many benefits in this for the Mount Morgan community, and for one of the rare occasions where a community is actually stepping up to try and help themselves. And, you know, this is just a very small thing we can do, really, to be able to make that happen. So I'm urging council to support this motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Speaker against the motion? No speakers against the motion. Do we have someone, Councillor Rutherford, do you wish to speak to wrap it up? You said enough. Okay, councillors, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? You want to wish to record that, Councillor Latcham? No. Motion's carried. Thanks, councillors. Okay. We're moving through, that's right. We're ticking the boxes. So now good luck to that group, and hopefully they wish them every success. And I just wish the whole Mount Morgan community can see the work that we really do care for that community, and the work that goes on from the table here is recognised in the community. Okay, that said, move on to our next item, 8.5, 2022 freehold lease and trustee lease for renewals for the sports and recreational area. So I'll hand over to you, Justin. And Justin, can I just personally thank you for yesterday's and the work that was undertaken by the department and the officers, bringing to fruition the wrap-up of the Rocky football, and the way that was dealt with was very, trying to find a word for it, but very, very well done to be able to do that in that transition across, which was a very difficult process, and one that, you know, there was a lot of emotions that were put into that space. So if you can pass that on to the team and yourself, thank you very much for that work.
Certainly.
Okay, now we'll move on to this one, and we'll see where this one goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate that. I will pass that through. Through the chair, good morning. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Mathers.
Sorry, hang on. I'm getting myself mixed up. No, the freehold leases.
Okay.
So, Mr Mayor, I hope I'm not getting this wrong. I'm wondering whether there's any chance that we could look at laying this matter on the table. The reason being only because of what's just occurred with the last motion. I did mention during our site tour up at Mount Morgan that, you know, I couldn't see why council couldn't maybe consider going down the road of looking at transferring ownership to some of the other, for some of the other buildings, to maybe remove the cost involved for council and ratepayers to maintain these buildings. And I'm just seeing that there's a number of these buildings that are going to be set up with a lease for the next 6 years, and I'm just scared that if we decide to go down that road or investigate that could tie our hands of the possibility of maybe transferring ownership for some of these buildings to some of these sporting organisations. So I'm wondering if we could lay it on the table and take that to further discussions with the possibility of seeing if that would work.
So just through the chair, these are actually the interest in land. Remembering that 95% of our leases, the club already owns the building. So question probably to Kelly and Justin, is any of these have buildings associated with them that we own?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, there's a small percentage of the 14 leases proposed today that are council-owned and maintained. 2 to 3 of these leases encompass buildings that we own and maintain, yes.
Mr Mayor, could I ask that we deal with this in, sorry I forgot the terminology, but could we separate them? Could we deal...
So probably.
Could we lay on table the ones that have buildings attached to them, and could we deal with just the land?
Yeah, so do we, I guess in terms of the process, because remembering that these leases expired on the 30th of June, so do we bundle up the 2 or 3 that have the buildings separately and seek action on those ones perhaps for a shorter lease term to facilitate that? Because remembering those things take time to work through versus those with just the lease separately.
Yes, through the chair. I would think like they're on they've been on a month-by-month lease for a while now, anyhow. So it wouldn't affect if they stay on a monthly lease, would they? Until we have a look at this.
We might move on to the next item on the agenda while we separate those ones out. Give Justin and the team time to do that. Yes. And then we'll come back and separate them. I'm not opposed to your suggestion.
Yeah.
I think we just need to give the other ones that are not involved that surety, and then we move on to the others and take it there when we've got the time to deal through those. So I'll need a mover and a seconder that we move on to the next agenda item, and then return back to that one at the end of the agenda. Councillor Rutherford.
And Mr Mayor, I will declare an interest.
You're in the next one.
We might, but we'll just move this one first.
So Councillor Mathers and Councillor Kirkland for the order of business, yeah?
Yep.
And now, Councillor Rutherford, you wanted to leave the meeting, is it?
For the next one, but before we get there, we need to put this one though. So can I put that? Those in favour? Those in favour?
Yep.
Okay, motion's carried. And now we'll move to the next agenda item where Councillor Rutherford has declared a conflict, and Councillor Mathers.
Mr Mayor, sorry, I just wanted to make the table aware. Obviously, I have dealt with issues before with PCYC, but I just wanted to bring to obviously the attention with Councillor Rutherford having a conflict of interest, obviously being a family member. Just wanted to bring that to light as well. I've had no ties with the PCYC in any way, other than through family memberships.
Okay, no, thanks for that. I think you've highlighted the potential there, and I think it's an item that's that far removed is not an issue, and but it's been raised at the table anyway, so it's recorded through that purpose. Okay, so moving on to item 8.6, the proposed lease renewal of the PCYC. Justin, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. This, I guess, brings us back. It's been a heavily discussed topic, especially over the last 12 months, talking about the PCYC, their tenure at Stapleton Park. As we're all aware, in 2015, their 40-year lease did come to an end and expire. Since then, ongoing discussions with council officers and the PCYC have been had around the building, its conditions, its future, and recently, in the last probably 6 months, the PCYC have actively been looking at other venues to potentially transition their operations to. In short, I guess to this date, they haven't had any success or identified any other alternative solutions. And in the interest of getting some formality around where we are, conscious of the building, its condition, and the fact that someone needs to step in and have some kind of ownership over it, PCYC and officers are looking to council to see if we can put in a short-term lease to formalise that tenure under their current conditions. So they will maintain the building ownership and asset through that period. And the benefit, I guess, for council in that scenario to consider that, I guess, that future for the building. At that point, we're going to have to come back to the table and have a bit of a think about what we're going to do with that asset. So,
okay, councillors, questions? Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Justin. Justin, in the discussions and negotiation, was there or will there be any discussion about preventative maintenance? I know we don't expect them to renovate the whole building in that 2-year period, but my understanding is there was some water damage and some other stuff that may well get worse over that 2-year period. So was there any discussion that there might be some responsibility to at least maintain the building from getting worse in that time before we do something else with it?
Certainly, and through the chair, Councillor Wickerson. And look, Kelly and MJ may be able to chime in with more detail here. The PCYC organisation currently are doing some general maintenance. They are investing a significant amount of money annually to keep that building going to a certain standard. It's more the significant maintenance issues and structural issues that they obviously are hands-off with. I would have to take it away or refer to MJ to look at what that maintenance program looks like, and that's certainly something we can talk about when we go through that negotiation with that 2-year lease to stipulate what the bare minimal maintenance will be, obviously for our, our interest in 2 years' time. Yep, certainly. Okay, questions, Councillor Mathers?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I just want to be a little bit careful about how I phrase this one through you to Alicia. Alicia, given the conversations that you and I have had recently and you've had with some other parties, is 2 years too long of a lease period? If the PCYC were to decide to terminate at the end of the 2 years, would any other opportunities be lost for that venue? Was there a time frame made aware to you? Should this only be a 12-month lease? I'm just, if there's opportunities, I don't want to see us lose those opportunities.
In short, I don't believe that this will lose us any opportunities on that front. I think there's fairly limited opportunities in terms of other interested parties to take on that building, in which case this lease actually doesn't prevent us. It probably enables it, because whilst the property is just sort of rolling along, which it's been doing for a long time, this clarity around who has the building or who can seek interested. So this puts it squarely back with the PCYC.
Okay.
They've outwardly said they're not interested in building ownership, so if any other opportunities come on, we fully encourage them to talk with the PCYC, because it's really, in their mind, it's about what they can do moving forward, but they still have the obligation to fulfil programs that are ongoing right now.
All right, so just so I can clarify that, sorry, Mr Mayor, just so I can clarify that, so if they're involved in a 2-year lease, if another organisation was to approach them directly, and to maybe take over the lease or do something like that, that wouldn't stop that from happening.
They could even facilitate the sale of the building themselves, which case then we're would be willing to sign. So this makes it actually easier now that we've got this lease in place. Yeah.
All right. I'll go with you. I'll go with you on that one.
Okay. Thanks very much, Alicia and Councillor Mathers. I don't think there's any more questions there. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Can we invite Councillor Rutherford back to the meeting? Okay, so we can, do we need can I get a seeker mover to move back to our previous item matter with the leases as item 8.5? Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried. We'll deal with item 8.5. Procedural motion, I'm not sure. Anyway, if we've got to move it there anyway, it's carried. The motion's been carried. Yeah, and it's not Judith Durham and the seekers. I was seeking a mover for the motion. So hand back over to you. Thanks, Justin, and we'll go through that one. So we've removed those other groups out of there. There's 3 groups that we...
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Mathers?
So can I just clarify then, the 3 highlighted organisations on the screen, they're the ones that actually have buildings associated. So we own and maintain the buildings, whereas everyone else, they have their own facilities that they own and maintain.
Okay. So, Mr Mayor, if you don't mind, so once again, just for clarity, so you're saying that, so the other properties might just be land, or they might be land with buildings, but the buildings are already owned by the supporting or by the organisations. These ones are the land is leased, but also we own the buildings.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, through the chair. That's exactly it. So those particular clubs there, those 3 there, they operate out of assets that are owned and maintained by council. Everybody else defined in the report, they own their own asset. They lease the land from us.
So the question would be going back to those clubs and ask them their support or not for a change. Yep.
And I certainly, with that resolution, I'll go back, have those conversations, Mayor, through the chair, with those respective clubs, see what their appetite is,
Yep.
and obviously report back with some recommendations and findings.
Okay. Further question, Councillor Smith?
Yeah. With the Gracemere Junior Rugby League Club, wasn't there plans for an upgrade because the girls don't have a change room there? I thought there was plans to upgrade. To give them a change.
I think all the clubs are looking at that prospect.
Yeah, no, I just
Councillor.
thought that this was discussed ages ago.
Yeah, no, and I don't think there's many.
There's nothing in the pipeline.
I think we're all well aware that a lot of the facilities that we have now are all aged and they require those upgrades. So I think the clubs are actively seeking
funding
grants to do that. So yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, just with those three, I am a little concerned about policy on the run, just with the cycling club particularly and the velodrome, and not really knowing the condition. I know I have heard that it's screaming out for some renewal in that aspect, so...
And sorry, through the chair, Alicia, Council, that's a good point, Alicia. With the Rockhampton Cycling Club, there's some complexities around ownership. So we're referring to the clubhouse only, is what council own. The velodrome and assets that surround that are actually owned by the club already.
Right.
So
okay.
I guess that's, I guess it's, in essence, this is positive because we could align the rest of the ownership conditions, I guess, with that facility, bringing the clubhouse, which is only sitting with us. At the moment, the velodrome, the lighting, it all sits with the club directly as owners and maintainers.
All right, thank you.
Beautiful.
I guess, so just looking at the words then, Councillor, can we perhaps make it clear so that we're approving all the leases that were in the list, Linda, except for these three, in which case these three will work on a month-to-month lease until we explore other options with them. Is that right? Okay, so Linda, do we just, in terms of keep the same resolution? Yeah, no, okay, because we didn't have all the organisations listed. That's fine, yep. Okay.
Right. Okay, that's Justin?
Yeah. Well, I guess if we refer back to the remaining 11 leases now that we originally brought forward in the report today, so I guess that 14, obviously talking about those 11 renewals, as suggested, look, I have to say with the report, it is what it is. That report actually talks about those leases being renewed under their current condition. With the resolution, obviously, there will be an opportunity for officers, myself, and those respective groups to go through that lease, renegotiate those conditions. But at this point, there is no significant changes or change in terms to those leases. All these clubs, I guess, from an officer's perspective, to advocate for them, they're all very committed, active, and demonstrating commendable compliance within their terms of their lease. And they are, they're still servicing and working with their members to provide those services to our community very well. An exception to note in that report was Brothers Rockhampton Cricket that operate over at Victoria Park Cricket. Their lease, you will find in there that I proposed a 3-year annual lease renewal. The reason for that is it's coming off the back of, I think, a 2-year lease. That building is similar to what we've been dealing with a lot of our other assets. It was a building that was owned by council. It's come to a point where it's at end of life. Our financial investment is to be considered, but at this point we're not in a predicament to bring that building up. We gave that building, we gifted that building over to the club. They're really happy with it. They're still using it for storage. They're still operating. They're maintaining it, so it's not our asset. So we're proposing that, given that we haven't gone back to that asset to do anything with, we renew, give them another 3 years and analyse that or check that every 12 months. That's the only one that's outside that 6-year suggestion. Now, the other thing, I guess, really, the other thing I wanted to mention in terms of the report is I do acknowledge as an officer the way that I've structured this report. It lacks the ability to give the ins and outs and the wins of the individual clubs through this renewal process. Over the past 6 to 12 months, I've been working on trying to go through that backlog, get our leases compliant in terms of their lease terms and get them out of that expired state. We've got a couple of sticky ones still out there that we're working through the complexities, looking for solutions, and over the next few committees I'll be coming back to individually address them to see if we can get solutions. And moving forward, I'd like to see, I'll bring these reports forward with a little bit more of a shiny light on the wins and successes of these groups, because they're doing some great things in the community still. So, any questions?
Questions, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Kirkland.
Not a question, Mr Mayor, just for transparency, I think councillors will have noted that we've added some things back into the lease agreements, asking for audited financial statements, the AGM minutes and player and member numbers. That was taken out a few years ago, and we've found a big gap in information that we don't have. So even trying to plan our schedules as far as what needs maintenance, what priorities there should be, blah, blah, blah. We need that type of information and we don't have it. So it's something that all clubs should have on hand anyway, so it really shouldn't cause too much of an issue for them to supply it to us. So that's an addition that will come into those leases now.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. That's great, Councillor Rutherford. A really good thing. I just wanted to ask the question, just to be clear, because there's 6 years is quite a long period, so for whatever reason, you know, the world is quite volatile to change at the moment, that should change and another organisation would want to, because they have an existing lease, do they have to find someone else to lease?
No, sorry, through the chair, Councillor Kirkland, no, not at all. They do have an opportunity to surrender their lease. There is a process in which that if they as a committee through an AGM or a meeting, they similar to what we've seen recently with yesterday's celebration with Football Rockhampton, if they pass a motion to dissolve and surrender their lease, they can go through that process with us, and they step away. The asset will come back to us to pick up, own and manage from that point forward.
So there's no expectation for them to fulfil the end of the lease in dollar terms?
Not at all.
Perfect.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, just to add to that, we found it was 3-year leases, and it's our officers' time to keep renewing 3 years, and plus it gives the clubs some surety, you know, for a period of time. 3 years, you know, you can barely do anything, so a 6-year period gives them surety for that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Alicia?
Mr Mayor, just in terms of this item, now I don't have an issue with the resolution, just so that's fine to go through, but just in terms of our considerations of the end game, if I look at those 3 clubs there, just the first 2 are very, like the Rocky Cycling Club is not going to move anywhere, and possibly the Gracemere Junior Rugby League as well, whereas the Rocky Twirlers, I think, could possibly be anywhere. But anyway, once we have those discussions, it will also be a consideration, like if I look at that Rocky Twirlers, what capacity the clubs have as well. Like if it's, in looking at, again, that Rocky Twirlers, if it's a hall and they just happen to be at the right place at the right time, I'm just not sure, but we will bring that back in terms of our consideration going forward. So just flagging a few things with you.
Yes, through the chair, Alicia, you know, your comment is very appropriate. I think we need to be realistic that some of these groups, or out of those 3, may come back and they may not have the financial means or capacity to take on that responsibility. So that is a very real possibility. But we will sit down, we'll have those conversations and see what opportunities we can identify with that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering whether we can make contact with those 3 groups as soon as possible so that they don't see something either in the media or here and go, hold on, what's on the cards is, so straight away we let them know there's no issues, we're just working through a process.
100%, yes. So through the chair, certainly, Councillor, I'll prioritise that today and reach out and we'll make contact. Yes, thanks.
Yep. So I don't like doing things on the fly, and it's about a workshop and then go through or leave a matter on the table till we get information. But I'm pretty comfortable that this one's not too over the top. So happy to move. Councillor.
Yeah, happy to move, and sorry, I didn't want to turn the word upside down, Mr Mayor. I probably should have spoken, but it was only because of what had happened at the motion before, that was all, so
Yep.
thank you.
That's all right, understood. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rutherford. Speakers for? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks very much, Justin. Councillors, it's... did you want to take a 10-minute recess, come back at 1 o'clock just to give everyone a break? We've been going for 2 hours. Because I think we've got 10 minutes, and if I could be 10 minutes, just have a quick break and then we'll come back. So I'll adjourn the meeting and move that we adjourn the meeting and come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, councillors.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, we might, can I move that we resume standing orders and move Councillor Fisher? I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Yep. What did I say? You said resume standing orders. Oh, resume the meeting. Sorry, yeah. No, it's procedural motion, and we'll move on to item 8.7 and ask Jacob to present that report. And thank you, Jacob, for hanging around for that one.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. I am very pleased and proud to present, on behalf of the architects, engineers and our internal council team, the output of the last 8 and 9 months on the detailed design development for the Rockhampton Botanic Gardens and Zoo Visitor Hub and Animal Operations Centre. So over the last 8 to 9 months, we've been on a journey of the development, the refinement for the detailed design for the project, and we're now at a point where we are looking to start the construction process and the procurement, so looking to go out to tender for the construction works. The report before you today includes a bit of a summary of some of the key parts to the project, so a couple of layouts, elevations, a few of the high-level drawings that give an overview of what's included within the project. So happy to go through any of those details if needed, but the main purpose of this report was to seek an endorsement from Council to start the procurement process with the release of a construction tender. We're not looking to seek endorsement for the award of the tender, and the reason for that is because of the current market conditions that we're experiencing. It's very volatile and prices are increasing and decreasing across the board. So the proposed approach is that we go out to market in the next few weeks. We get an idea of what the real market prices are to do the work. We start doing some negotiations with those tenderers on some value management initiatives that could be included as part of that, as well as some option and staging options that we can include. And then in addition to that, we're also waiting on an outcome from the Regional Community Infrastructure Fund grant that we submitted for in February. So with that still outstanding and with the current market prices, we thought it was best to just release the tender, obtain real prices, and then we can come back to Council in the next few months with the outcome of that process, as well as then ideally an outcome on that RCIF grant, and then we can present some funding or budget options at that point in time when we know, when we have some certainty on those dollars. The report includes a bit of a high-level summary of those next steps and some indicative dates that we're working towards. So happy to take any questions on either the actual design element or our proposed way forward.
No, it sounds like a plan, Jacob. I think
Cool.
no lights is there. That's everyone knowing. Oh, hang on, we got one. Councillor Smith, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. The building that just says zoo, it doesn't look really inviting, and it doesn't sort of look like there's animals somewhere at the back. And I know we've probably seen these drawings before. I haven't sort of taken enough notice, I suppose. It's a lattice work that we decided on. Is that to blend in with the fernery? Like, is that the idea of it?
Yeah, so through the chair, yes, correct. So the vertical battens that are incorporated here, and just noting that they are only on this entrance to the zoo, they're not incorporated anywhere else. So just on this entrance, yeah, they've pulled the vertical battening, which in a meeting we had around in April, we did an analysis of timber and aluminium. So aluminium came out significantly cheaper, both in installation and operational costs. So that's been included here. And the other purpose for that is it provides a bit of shade, as well as giving height to be comparable with the pine trees that are right out the front there.
It's through the chair. Oh yeah, certainly got the height in there, and every time I see height I think that the cost of making it that high, because obviously that's not air conditioned there, so I suppose you've got to have the height to get the air through as well. But just being aluminium, I presume they're cyclone rated? Correct, yes. Correct. Anything aluminium is very light. Yeah, that was my only comment, Mr Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So just asking further along in the project, I see that it says that there was no staff shower now in the, for the keepers in the amenities that they have there.
So through the chair, originally we had a male shower, a female shower, and a persons with disability shower. So just consolidated it to one shower.
One shower. So
yeah.
There is still a shower.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, you know, are those zookeepers get peed on and all kinds of things? I'd be wanting to have a shower.
Yeah, no. Initially, there was 3 showers, so just cut that back to the 1.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher and then Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I actually found the report really, I kind of read the report 3 times, got 3 different answers, but Councillor Rutherford there, I was able to talk to her with this, and I think the approach of this report and what you want to do, I think it's actually very wise and very smart.
Thank you.
Knowing that just inflationary costs are adding, within the next 6 months could be 15% to building costs and things. I think this is very wise. I like the design. I think it's probably the type of design that fits well with that Botanic Gardens appearance. So I totally support what you're putting forward. I really do appreciate, like, it's a different approach to what we've had before. We usually come up with something that's going to cost this much, and then we get the shocks afterwards. I think what you're doing is being very prudent with the funds that we've got. So hats off to you for this approach, and I totally support it.
Thanks, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Rutherford, portfolio for the...
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to once again pay tribute to Jacob, Alicia and the rest of the staff that have been involved in this, because everyone has been very aware of the inflating costs of things, and even before we've gone out to this construction tender, there has been modifications made to try and save money wherever it's practical to do so. So Jacob has continued always to drive down that line. So, you know, it's reached that point now, whereas we need to take it somewhere else to get some idea of how much it's going to cost, and everybody keep their fingers crossed and toes and legs and everything else that we can pick up some grant funding, because it is a very, very good project, but of course we will need funding from elsewhere to be able to deliver it.
Yep. No, and again, it's part of our focus and our direction has been to do those upgrades and treat it as a jewel in the crown. Making that come to fruition is part of these upgrades, and it's great to be able to use the Botanic Gardens and the zoo as a tourism draw card. You need to have the facilities to match.
Oh, Mr Mayor, a toilet block there will be just
yeah,
absolute.
yeah.
Every time I'm there, someone asks where
yeah,
the toilet is.
that's the big thing. It was the big kicker, and I think it was the catalyst to look at what we were doing up there. Was that part? Councillor Wickerson.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I'll just chime in on some design opinions too, like everyone else's. I actually like the design. It doesn't take away from what the attraction is, which is the zoo environment itself, not the building, so that's good, but certainly very functional. Just wanted to have a question though about the battens on the roof, Justin, there. Are they vertical, battens on the roof, but they're with clear over, so it's weatherproof, but light can come through?
Correct, and impact resistant as well. So if a branch or something else fell on top of it, they won't shatter underneath. Yep.
Yeah, I like the idea of the natural light. The only concern I have is with the number of trees around, how to keep it clean. Like, it's not going to be nice and clear without a regular blowdown. Have we thought about the maintenance of that? I mean, I like the idea of natural light, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, correct. The roof pitching is at quite a steep angle as well through most of the spots as well.
There's one I'm looking at. I'm not sure. It's near the exit, I think, which is, it looks fairly flat. That's all.
Yeah, most of the pitching we sort of try to keep that 20-degree pitch, so a lot of the leaves, do fall off.
Okay.
Some other things we've made sure that obviously there's anchor points and whatnot for people to get up on the roof. We've made sure that if we went with an EWP, it can navigate around and get up to areas where it needs to be. Yeah. So we've catered for it in that regard as well.
Okay, no, very good. And I appreciated the comments that it mimics the Hugo Lass Infirmary, but without being too sarcastic, when we come to do the Hugo Lass, maybe we can reference the zoo when we replace all the battens and stuff on that. Yeah.
I just wish we had that money tree growing faster than what
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, no further questions, Jacob. Thank you for the report. Could I have a move of Councillor Rutherford, seek a seconder, Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jacob, and we look forward to seeing those figures when they come back after that. It's great work. Thank you. Councillors, we have no other items on the agenda. We do have a matter to be dealt with in closed session. Could I seek a move that the meeting be moved into closed session of the public to discuss the following items which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated. Disposal of assets. Moved Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously, and that the meeting now move into closed session. Mover and seconder, Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
somewhere in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Get open. Okay, thank you. Councillors, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation? Moved Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, there be no further business on the agenda today. Can I thank you all for your participation and involvement, and thank the officers for their reports, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line,